straight into the waiting arms of Rel, who stuns him up, and King Boomy just pumps arrows into his face. Ari goes down. Boomy trying to glide, trying to play the fight, but he can't. It's a triple kill, but quadra kill. 4 feet is a nod as the 4th member of FTR goes down. FTR has the Grandmaster's Might, has a counter-strike. There's no flash. You don't have E. You've overplayed your hands, and you're going to get punished for it. Down you go.
Toy is just being thrown around like a rag doll.
It could be absolute disaster, and he does exactly that.
Not a Yasuo that's
Oh, it's even more to process. Flash bait seal. Leather Knight goes down. You end up flash there. Gonna escape away as the Q flash forward now from Gatling Prodigy. Gonna take him out. Minions there to witness. Here's the killer instinct though as I take everything back. Their way into mid-side here. Obviously all the ultimates apart from the Fate Seal back up and available. And there's a beautiful Glacial Prison taking out Valare. 1 and 3 back to the Shopkeeper. He's becoming very familiar with what it looks like walking out of base here. It's going to be taken away by Gambling Prodigy yet again, showing us they have secure hands. And here comes a flash pop blossom onto 4. The flash over the wall from Gambling Prodigy. Going to keep him alive as 3 more members going to fall. And the pit is a massacre for the blue team. Every single member just going to be sent home in a body bag. This is going to be another fight. This is going to be a cleanse flash to Aqua. Yet again, actually a good play for 5 Mighty Bulldogs.
Back in, I don't know where you're thinking of going, but Brattles is low. Wake up, one more auto will do it. Chikawa looks like a fresh meal. Why are they not giving this to the Ash? The rest of the team's not looking Brattles. This is actually a monster mesh because you are burning them alive. And it's absolutely disgusting to see. The shutdown looks good for Stardust, but it doesn't matter when Brattles is an absolute fiend. It's a double Swade ulti battle lock if ever I've seen it.
He's made his way to mid, but the Grandmaster has followed him down and he's going to punish him. I'm not sure a call. I don't think there was any thought process that went into that. Hold on a second. There might be another pick here. Revenant forces flash over the wall. Flag and drag actually going to go all over Luke's face there. Not over yet. Cled's now being dismounted. Dodge the Aatrox Q2. Flashes the Q3. Igniting the face. Revenant has to space the... Oh! I have no words for that. Boomy is a charge coming through. Noxian in general. Look at the damage. Popped before the Lambs Respite can even finish. Oh, what is going on?
No.
One. He's going to get killed by the crop. Has to run away. Has to be the safety. Q flash. Gonna take the kill.
He's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this, the OCC Grand Finals. I'm TweetTV, joined today by the wonderful Weapon. How you feeling, man? Welcome.
Really good, man. We've made it. It's Grand Finals, OCC. It's been a long road to get here. We've had a lot of games cast together. You and me personally, but then also just the entire team. It has been sick, and I'm so glad that we get these 2 teams in the finals because it is Ground Zero. It is UQ LOL. I got to say, one of them coming in very much expected, but UQ LOL, we have to talk about how this team has improved over the course of the split, over the course of the tournament. And then I think they've just become the other team that feels like they're most deserving of being here.
Yeah,
it's going to be a banger. I say this at the top of every day, and honestly, we get bangers every single time. So
we do.
Here we are.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. It's the culmination. It's 8 consecutive weeks, a little bit longer even, of effort from all the teams, of an insane bracket stage, which I'd like to remind you, we're going to look at the Swiss now, but I'd like to remind you, UQ LOL, 0-2.
Yeah.
0-2, the Grand Finals is their run. So that is a hero run. I talked about a while ago, I think in the quarterfinals, how I wanted to see this team go all the way, how I predicted for this team to go all the way. We're here now. I didn't believe it when I said it, but man, I'm believing now. The performances we've seen, particularly last week, coming out of some of the players, it's a bloodbath play style. They play so aggressively all around the map. They make it work somehow. And I'm so excited to watch them do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, UQ LOL, this is a team that has put in the reps over the years, no less. Especially players like FTR. I remember casting FTR games back in SumSoc. That's how long he's been at it. So it's great to see him come into form, and he has been one of the standout performers in that top side. He had a couple of incredible Jax games, which we saw in that highlight package earlier. Has been firing on all cylinders. And then we have to talk about the new players for this team, which is Revenite, Lucority, incredible in the jungle and mid respectively. And it feels like this team has finally put it together, and we've seen success start to come through for them in both this tournament and a little bit in the OLI. But of course they did make that deep run, but then we have to talk about Ground Zero. It was just easy all the way, and we kind of expected that seeing this roster.
Yeah, I mean, if you watched them last week, it was an absolute top-side domination. They have this player, Willy Wonka. If you haven't seen him before, you're going to see lots of him today.
He's pretty good.
He is a superstar. He is an absolute superstar. He's on the Poppy. He's diving on level 3. He's getting wicked solo kills out of absolutely nowhere. 1v9 in the whole map. That is the story of this team throughout the entire time they've been in this tournament. It's just been top diff, top diff, top diff. But the rest of the team aren't slackers. You got Nox in the jungle, hit Challenger, insane player, able to play these carry junglers to their absolute maximums. That's going to be a big storyline today. I'm really excited to see how their top side is going to match up against UQ LoL's top side, because that has been their strong suit. Now we're in the grand finals. Obviously, UQ LoL, they were a little bit shaky last week. Dropped game 1 to Gigislav's Yul. Didn't look good at all. In that game, their top lane and their jungle were not able to fire. So today, it's going to be really important.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really big thing. I think Lucority had to bail out FTR on the top side against UQ LoL, who made the correct decision. I think they targeted FTR early. They saw the aggressive tendencies and they decided to punish them early on. But then, of course, on the other side of the bracket, as you kind of touched on, Ground Zero Academy, Willy Wonka, especially in that game 2, when the rest of the team was maybe not having the best of games, he was just dragging them to the finish line. And then I think Darkness also showed up massive on the Alistair. There was a really big sort of mid-game fight where he set up I think a 4-man pulverize on the Alistair into Shine, getting the Last Whisper across the entire team. And then from there, the game just felt won. So Ground Zero, you can see they did have that one game loss against ALE in the first round of our playoffs, but then they really don't feel like a team that has been challenged. And I think that a lot of that is the story of that top side. So I'm really curious to see how Revenite, Lucority, and FTR are able to match up against that top side. That is the big story here. But we also should touch on the bot side, because I think King Boomy has had some incredible games, especially on things like the Ezreal. Kane, I didn't realize Neko was Kane. But now I know. Kane / Neko has been playing incredibly as well. I think the role plays that we've been seeing out of him have been amazing. But then Polemos and Darkness, I think Polemos definitely feels like the one player who can get left alone more often than not on Ground Zero Academy, while Darkness is unlocked to play towards mid, play towards top, support Nox in the jungle. So if there is a place you can attack, maybe it is Lucority getting down towards that bot side, finding Polemos on that timing. But we shall see. There are a lot of ways these teams can attack the map.
Yeah, and it's true. I think it's very tempting if you are Darkness to play around the top side of the map because you have such a superstar in the top lane. And if Luke can exploit that as a weakness, find a way to punish Polemos, we're going to be seeing a weak side bot versus a weak side top, see who's able to carry harder. I'm really excited to see that. But I think you can't discount the fact that both Polemos and Darkness are ridiculously good individually at playing their role. Like, we had a demonic performance on Tristana from Polemos in the last series they played. Alongside Willy Wonka, he was there, but he 1v9'd it, right? He's jumping in, one-shotting people, destroying the enemy ADC. That's the type of performance Polemos is capable of. So if he gets the resources, he's able to do it. GZ, they have win conditions on top, win conditions on bot. I think it's a really tricky little maze to navigate, rather.
There we go.
If you are UQ LoL.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a reason that these are our 2 finals, and it is because they can carry from every single lane. We've talked about the tendency of Willy Wonka to play like an absolute psychopath and can take over games. This has been true of FBR. This has been true of Lucority. This has been true of every single member on both of these rosters throughout this tournament. So it is going to be a question of where you put those draft priorities. And going into draft, I think there are a lot of things that I want to see from UQ LoL, because let's make no mistake, I think they come in as the underdogs. Given the run that Ground Zero have shown, I think that we expect UQ LoL to have to step up here, and I think it has to be through enabling the solo laners. It has to be Lucority on something like a Mao, something like a Xin, something you can get aggressive, because we know that Nox is one of the OCE CEOs of Full Clear. He will pick a carry, probably one that builds AP, and he will sit in the jungle, let his team just generate leads, and then he will show up to the mid-game team fights.
Yeah, and one thing we were able to see Luke do last week, though, and you're talking about how he plays his enabling champions. Luke was able to bring a game that was completely lost from the first 2 minutes and turn it into an insanely winning first 5 minutes. This guy has that ability to clutch. When he's on these utility-focused junglers, he gets so aggressive with them. You're not expecting to see the Mount Guy level 2 invade you, steal your blue buff. He did that last week. This guy is able to turn losing games and just take them around. So if he's able to find that same impact, make it difficult for Nox to be the CEO of Full Clear, maybe just like the deputy head or something, then maybe... that CFO or whatever.
General manager.
That's it, yeah.
He's a middle manager of Full Clear. Get him out of there.
If he's able to deny him a couple camps, send him off his level 6 timer, get early access to those new grubs. Maybe Luke's going to be able to have a big jungle difference, get that impact on. Because Nox, playing carry champions, it is a weakness. However, if he's able to get gold, it's a genuine strength. And so draft's going to be important.
Absolutely. And we saw him pop off on things like the brand. The Lilia, I think, is a big pick. And it's interesting because we're not seeing a lot of contested picks between these two players. It does seem to be very different styles outside of the Laclority Pocket Kane, which does play a bit more farm heavy and then gets involved in the fights afterwards.
That was sick.
Usually, it was sick, and we've seen it from him before, but it's usually accompanied by those pushing lanes. It's usually something like a Rise in the mid lane, a Camille in a favorable matchup was what they did last time. Something which can generate priority so that Laclority can do his thing and just get to that point where he gets the transformation or get more favorable ganks, because Kane is a difficult champion to make work in competitive.
Yeah.
He makes it work. I don't know how.
Somehow. I'm still not a believer. I'll be honest. I've seen it. He's shown me the light, and I'm denying it. I'll be honest. Yeah. It wasn't that bright.
I'm looking away.
It wasn't that bright. You know, it was a fluke. That's what I'm saying. Kane jungle. What is that?
I'm pretty sure it's 2-0 right now, though.
Wow.
Okay. The other thing about this UQ LoL team, because we are going into a best of 5, we should talk about that. It is best of 5 finals, so you're going to see both these teams really put to the test, and their champion pools in particular. So I think that Kane is almost an inevitability. There are a lot of picks that are going to disappear from the board, and we have to talk about shared champion pools, because while there's not a lot of shared champion pools in the jungle, there is in top, and that's the big one I think we need to look at, because Jax is a massive priority here, as are things like the Gwen, as are I believe the Ambessa is also a contested pick. So there's a lot of things that we need to see. I think Poppy is the other one where that can be flexed around. It can play that utility role in the hands of authority, like I talked about, where I think there are going to be some very important picks that we need to keep an eye on. Where they go might determine the course of this series over this best of 5. Yeah,
I agree. One thing we saw last night, if you were watching the NLC, probably not because it was at 3 a.m., but I was, and they denied the Baus. So he has a very specific champion pool. They pick all 5 of his champions in game 1, right? That is a strategy I haven't seen coming into Fearless before.
That's
it only works
crazy.
in the best of 5 situation. Is that the type of thing that you'd expect to see? Let's say if you're going to target a player, you look at FTR, you take away a bunch of his champions. I guess you're kind of doing some friendly fire, but Willy Wonka, he's got a strong roster of champions. You could try to play that strategy to impact top lane really hard and target that as a weak point.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we don't see at least something banned against Willy Wonka, like heavily targeted in the draft. It definitely will be a question of where the Jax goes. Does it hit the ban table first, or is it something that you look to pick? Of course, there are picks into it. I don't know if Willy Wonka is necessarily the most... I think stylistically, Rumble feels like a bit of an L for him, so probably would expect something like the Gragas. But, there are counterpicks into that Jax as well. So as much as we talk about the Jax being a priority, there are answers, and they're definitely not out of the wheelhouse of either of these top laners. So, definitely going to be a careful consideration a lot in draft. Speaking of draft,
yes,
how far away are we?
I don't know. I think fairly soon should be the idea.
I heard Toby say something in my ear, but I didn't quite catch it. So
it was a draft will be soon is what production has
very
told
cool.
us.
Okay,
so if you're an eager audience member, it is on the way. That's coming.
Here we go. All right.
Production's just telling us they're just about to start it right now, so it's going to be very soon. We do have more to talk about though, because we can talk about mid. Last week, if you were watching mid, me and Rabbit, who were on, we were talking about the blood feud that Revenite had with the opposing mid laner, because they would just not stop fighting. They would just solo kill each other, back and forth and back and forth. Do you expect to see that this game? It's a question you can answer right now, or we can talk about draft.
We can talk about the draft, because that's on our screen, but we can definitely talk about the tendencies of these players, because yes, Shine has been incredibly aggressive. We've seen things like the Yasuo. Revenite does not feel like they should be this aggressive. They play a lot of mages. It feels like they should be on the back foot, but maybe empowered by Laclority is why they like to go for these players. UQ LoL, they don't want any of that smoke. They do not want Willy Wonka to get his hands on the Aurelia.
That's fair enough.
There's no way you blind that thing, right?
Maybe if you're Willy Wonka and you're that good, you can.
Maybe if you're insane.
Yeah, that's the vibe. As Kindred taken away now, that's a respectful ban for Luke. 2 respect bans so far.
Yeah, definitely. So let's keep our eyes on where the respect bands go down, because Jack's the consideration. Obviously, the rise for Revenite, I think, has been incredible. Revenite feels like probably the one champion pool you maybe don't want to attack so hard. I think you take away the rise and you let the rest lie, because he has a very good Orianna, has a bunch of mages in his back pocket ready to go. Yeah. Jace probably means we are looking for a first pick Gwen.
I would imagine that. You can play Ambessa versus Gwen. It's quite a volatile matchup. The Gwen either hard wins that or it goes even. It's close. The Varus taken away there. Interesting ban. You don't really want to trade Varus for nothing, so I'm not sure what the ADC ban is here. Maybe Ashe could be taken away?
Ashe definitely rising in priority. Definitely can do a lot of fixing of comps that don't necessarily have a lot of easy to access crowd control.
Xin Zhao ban.
Xin Zhao probably
what's the
means...
first pick?
Yeah, I very curious. I think it has to be Gwen, and then you're trading it for something on the bot side. And I would not be surprised if we see Polymus and Darkness go for something like the Misfortune, something that's really safe, and then grab something that just enables Darkness to play like a Nautilus, a Leona, something like that. It would be early in the draft. There's the Alistar taken away.
I love this Misfortune call even more now, because when you take away Alistar, that's the hardest counter to Rel. Rel and Misfortune is a quintessential bot lane pair. Now Misfortune Rel can be picked as Lilia first pick, going to be locked in for Luke. This is not what we wanted to see from him, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a denial pick away from Nox as well. Nox loves that Lilia, at least in the competitive games.
Whoa!
Zyra, okay. That's the response. I mean, that's kind of expected to go in the hands of Nox.
Nox, yeah.
It does. I mean, the Misfortune priority kind of keeps going up and up in this game. I think either side would be very happy to pick it alongside both of these junglers. So, do you just snap it here? Rel?
As Rel, I mean, this is baiting Misfortune, right? If you pick the Rel, it's like you have to pick Misfortune now, or Shine's going to slam it on 3, and you're cooked.
Yeah, this draft is incredible if you pick up Misfortune on either side, and that's something I never thought I would say, because I'm not a Misfortune lover. But
that trap was bad. Hold on a second.
Hold up, guys.
That could be a mistake from production. I'm gonna hedge my bets here and say that is probably not a Varus pick.
Yeah,
I don't think they've picked it.
I don't. How does that even happen? Yeah, okay.
Poppy.
Poppy. All right, cool. So that's probably the support, because pretty good into the Rel when the Alistar is not available in the Rakan. You don't feel like throwing a bird at a glass window. So that's the pick we go for in the support role. Still, like, I'm not hating the Misfortune lock here. Although,
I mean, this is baiting, right? Surely Shine just takes MF after the Corki.
I guess you want to play the more aggressive AD carry and let them take the Misfortune. Maybe you've already got a Lilia to lock it down. Maybe if you go for something that has some reliable engage. No, they just go straight for the Lucian.
Now, I wonder what their meta read is then, because if you're not picking Misfortune when you got Zyra Rel, instead you're picking Lucian. Sure, his ultimate's good. As the Misfortune ban comes through, they get Corki mid is what they reckon.
Yeah.
It's a very weird meta read.
There's the Misfortune. Okay, sure. Yeah, so I was going to say you could get a bit cheeky and flex this, but I think you're perfectly happy playing this into either the Lucian or the Misfortune. So that's probably our bot laner. Now you kind of set up success. The KO ban, that's a bit kooky.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe Willy Wonka plays that, though, you know?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. It feels like every top laner loves to just ego on Kayle every now and then. What are we lacking, though? Because we have unreliable engage on the side of Ground Zero Academy, and the same is very much true of UQ LoL. So we know both these teams like to just scrap it out, and maybe engage is not necessarily a huge concern when you are just running each other and it's a storm of fists and feet coming out of a cloud. Okay, Lucian mid.
Or Kai'Sa mid, it could be as well. I mean, both of those are playable. Lucian mid I haven't seen in many moons. It's been many moons.
Yeah,
it's
definitely not.
It's a very weird pick there.
It is unusual. I guess...
Man, wow, it's Corki mid as well, actually. This is shocking me as well. It's a Tristana ADC picked up. That is something King Boomy plays. This is very, very squishy teams on both sides, though. So quite an explosive match. I do believe the Leona picked up now. Solar Flare secured. That's some lockdown. They did need that. So it's Poppy top.
Yeah, Poppy top. All right. So that shuts down a lot of possibilities, but it does open up the Mundo. Oh, wow. I think UQ LoL have kind of tied themselves in knots trying to make this draft work, and I really don't like what they've put together here, Twee. They've got a Lilia, they've got 2 AD carries who, might remind you, that's the way you wake someone up after they've been put to sleep, is auto-attacking them. I think the top lane matchup is terrible, and then this Leona is just going to run into the rel and get locked down and die.
Yeah, I see absolutely nothing because the top lane matchup is really bad, right? The second that Mundo gets Warmog's armor, that guy is completely full unkillable for the entire game. You have 2 ADCs, but neither of them really like killing Mundo. It's not their specialty, particularly like Corki has a very hard time. Mundo just runs him down. Tristana can at least get away. This guy's gonna be on side lane for 10,000 years, fully unkillable, and the team fight's losing on the other side because Lucian Kai'Sa does a better job with Rel's Zyra than Lilia and Leona are gonna do with Corki and Tristana. I think it's just losing on side, losing in team fight.
Absolutely, and I'll remind you that during the AD carry meta of, what was that, last year, the year before, Lucian was the pick into the Corkis, so it's a favorable mid lane matchup for Shine, so we shall see how this turns out, because I think Lucority, we talked about the need to get active early. I think that need has gotten even greater. I think if you're not massively ahead with this comp by about the 10-minute mark, then it just becomes so unplayable as the Kai'Sa scales into the game, as Shine gets more items online, and Nox will just be constantly farming up. And that top lane matchup, like you said, that's a neutralizer. You just don't get to play that lane, really, unless you get maybe a couple of early kills and get the Mundo behind early, get him to not hit that level 6 at a decent clip. Because Poppy is not a champion who likes hitting tanks.
I mean, yeah, Mundo is a champion, right? The idea of him is completely broken. The idea of him is that when he gets to the late game, he's going to be full unkillable side lane monster with infinite resources. The only way you counter that is you don't let him get to the late game, as Ravenite taking an aggressive trade with Shine, and Poppy just isn't able to do that. So the thing is, they have to put so many resources into denying Willy Wonka from just 1v9ing. I think this game is already really hard. Like, how do you even play?
It's really tough. This is a tough draft. And I will point out that one of my favorite factoids about Poppy is that her Q on both sides does 8% max health damage. Mundo is a healthy boy, so that is a decent chunk of damage. So there is a window early on when you can actually get some decently favorable trades against the Mundo. Yes, he nullifies your first charge, which feels really bad, but you do have at least the damage advantage in the short trades, as long as you're dodging the cleavers. So Lucority starting up towards the top side.
Whoa. This is an aggressive trade already, though. Darkness using the flip as an ignite popped on King Boomy. I don't think there's going to go anywhere, as Kayn has dropped the ignite on Polymos. A trade of summoner spells, but I think a bit preemptive from both of them. There's heavy trading in mid. We did predict this in draft. It's Revenite versus Sheen in mid. 1 HP bar left for both of them as the flash investment. He flashed on the spot, Sheen. He's going to get first blood, but it was a bit messy at that. Does get the kill, though.
Does get the kill, so really nervy stuff. I think both sides probably feeling the pressure as Revenite just goes a bit too far there, and you knew the Lucian was going to have the extended damage advantage after the Gatling gun goes down, so Shine is able to push this wave. He's going to be able to reset. That's going to be catched nicely by Revenite, but a teleport back is going to keep things relatively even, besides that one kill in this early game, so really well executed. But it's definitely not what you wanted to see with everything we've been talking about with how UQ LoL want this early game to go. And you just don't have any pressure anywhere on the map at this point in the game, and it has to come from somewhere for you to feel like you're comfortable in this game.
Yeah, I mean, both junglers both pathing to bot as well, as we have another engage.
This is insane.
Rooted up. Darkness just going to stun him, jump on his head, and get him killed as Polymos takes the kill. King Boomy has to run away. Very over-aggressive there. I don't think that's a control which you can fight over, as Polymos does have flash and cleanse, and some Hunter missiles. Just going to take King Boomy down to a cool, calm, collected 1 bar of HP. At the same time, Luke is fighting Darkness. I think he's going to go down. There's no flash here. Nox invading the jungle alongside his support, and it's just lights out. But Luke, he has to go away, give that Krug over. And I think the ADC's dead as well. He just walked back in, he's dead. The Feat of Warfare gone over in 3 minutes. King Boomy gonna die in seconds. Barrier invested, jumping on the head of Nox, but it's to nothing. Down he goes. Kayn, he's dead as well, right? They just died this. There's no way.
They just died?
Ah, boring.
Level 3, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's a crash down. There's a Q. Don't take your chances. You've already won. Basically, just in this entire early game right now, just off of that single play. The one lane which could have had some sort of angle Tristana into the Kai'Sa is not terrible, especially with the Leona to set up at this stage of the game. It is now practically unplayable. So I don't want to be too much of a doomer here, Twee. But
let's talk about draft next game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about next game.
It is still a best of 5. It is still a lot of stuff that cannot be played again in this series, so there is that. But we're only 4 minutes into this game, so
yeah, I think there's definitely
a world where like a mistake gets made and we get to talk more about this game. But this is a very tough early going for UQ LoL.
I think it's just a bit overzealous on the bot side, right? You're trying to press your advantage. I understand that they're feeling the pressure, but it's too much pressure to absorb as Darkness just going to jump into a wall there and bonk his head against it. Just to get in the melee form. I actually like that a lot. That's a little technique.
Yeah, that's what we can take away from this game. That's the value add, I think. We get to learn cool mechanics.
That's a cool mechanic. I did like that.
If we're going to talk about the shape of this game, it is about it's literally a 2k gold lead for Ground Zero Academy. And all of that.
Oh no. King Boomy's actually been interrupted mid-jump there. He has to flash away. Polymos has flash and cleanse though. He's just going to go down. It's a W flash. And down he goes. King Boomy yet again just falls in the bot side. It's the second time he's done it. As Kane now going to get dove. Stunned Darkness on the tower. Who just tanks it like a Chad and going to die to the Ignite. I don't know about that play. It is a 1-for-1. But a disheartening one if you are UQ LoL.
Definitely not. Kill going into the pocket of Kane is definitely not what you want to see. Darkness goes down and types Worth in chat. Nox, we set up how potentially a way to play this game would have been invading Nox on one of these more full clear oriented champions. Nox has just flipped that script on his head. We talked about how the top side was going to be an absolute bloodbath. It is not. It's been all bot side all the time. And Willy Wonka doesn't even have to do anything this game. And this is probably... I imagine at this stage of the game, as UQ LoL, you're going into draft, you're thinking, okay, great, we get Willy Wonka on Mundo, he doesn't get to play the game, that's awesome, their best player effectively neutralized. Now, you're finding out what the rest of the squad can do.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, it's such a scary prospect going into game 2 as well if you are UQ LoL. This drafting strat doesn't work as it's heavy trading in mid. Revenant actually going to get the kill, that's good. I think he gets out here, Darkness probably doesn't have the damage. Oh, I take it back. Just gonna lance him down. There's a biscuit ticking and a health potion. Look at biscuits, man. How is that balanced? Darkness gonna flip him, go on the tower, but this time not gonna be stunned, so he's gonna make it out. Although Luke might have something to say about that. No lilting lullaby because he's not level 6, but he does have enough mood speed to run him down. Crash down, not gonna be good enough. I don't believe. I'm wrong twice. Darkness gets out.
Does not get it. So kill traded back. Revenite does get the kills, as you said, which is very good. He is still on a very slow power curve. He's looking to get that tier online, looking to build up towards that Triforce. FTR getting ganked and burns a slash.
Yeah, he's alright. He's alright. Nox going to walk back in the jungle, though, as you were saying.
Yeah, it's going to be a very slow power curve for Revenite. So even though he does get that kill, even though it does accelerate him, I think that you really would have wanted to have some sort of action go your way towards that bot side. Because Revenite is just here to catch waves, and he will be doing that for a long time. And he might be catching hands at the moment.
He's going to catch a spear in a second as Sheen actually going to be forced to back away. Revenite is so aggressive with it. Look at the trades he's doing. He's just going to go down, though. Flash away yet again with Sheen. Bit too quick to follow that. Double guns to the face, and down Revenite goes as Luke does have Lilting Lullaby. Darkness might be overextended. Kane's here as well, though. Nox gonna make this a 3v2, uses the ultimate. Luke's just getting burst down. Darkness doesn't have flash, so he's not gonna be able to chase this unless the crash down's good enough to land. Lilting Lullaby not invested, but Ignite is, and down goes Luke as Kane has to flash over the wall. He's just gonna E to his death as Sheen puts bullets in his brain, and that is so bad for UQ LoL.
Wait, Boomy might be able to trade back.
Maybe he gets this.
It's just a bomb. There we go.
FTR actually going to trade back as well. In the wall goes Darkness. Although I think to his death goes FTR. In a matter of seconds, Revenite going to TP back in from the fountain. Just died and born again. Is the core player.
Alright, so pace is the name of the game, I guess, for UQ LoL. Just make it a little bit silly. Try and just throw everything at the wall. And this time they do get a couple of kills. And they are not going to get those grubs just because of the timing of the kills, tempo in the favor of Ground Zero Academy. So with so much investment, unfortunately, they have to take a risk. Wait, no, they get this one. Okay.
Take it. That's
this
crazy.
feels ill-advised.
I think it's quite risky, right? I mean, Nox doesn't have ultimate, that's true. Darkness doesn't have flash, that's also true.
They'll get one.
Sheen has 8 levels and a full item in his inventory. So I think it's a bit scary if you want to fight the Lucian here, as the Grub's going to be smited away. It's 1-for-1 so far on the Grubs here. Luke going to flash forwards, miss his Q entirely. Darkness is engaged by himself. Luke's going to try and get out, but he's getting culled to death by Sheen as the fight is just never ending here. And OCC is one more kill, gonna go over to the side of UQ LoL, traded back by GZ Academy. They're not done here as the Killer Instinct comes through. Sheen gonna dive under the tower, try to take out King Boomy. He's not gonna succeed, but Revenite gonna fall in his place, rooted up and put down.
So it's 2-for-1 on the Grubs. It's a whole bunch of kills going over to Ground Zero Academy. I lost track halfway through that play. Remember the conversation we were just having about tempo? How that was where you should have backed off as UQ LOL. Unfortunately, you would have had to concede the grubs. UQ LOL lack the discipline there to say, no, we don't get those, and unfortunately they pay dearly, and that feels like it's been the story of a lot of this early game. As here you can see Sheen just lets rip, has the Essence Reaver completed, so he does so much damage and so much uptime in these fights. He can just fight forever, and King Boomy gets away. Revenite dies in his place, tries to trade back with the Valkyrie, and it's just not enough. Everything is falling down for UQ LOL in its early game. It's not the first time they've been blasted out of a series in game one, but it definitely feels like a bit of a different flavor.
Yeah, and there's a lot of focus on the bot side, but the proverbial White Walkers are in the top laners. Look at the Mundo. He's coming. He's got his first item online. He's no longer killable for forever, in fact. He now has the heart still, and he's just going to start banging on your walls.
Get ready for the really satisfying sound effect every couple of seconds.
Clang. That's a clang right there. Hopefully we get to see that. I'd love to see that on screen.
Give us a clang.
I'm a big clang fan.
All right. Kale's watching for it, and I love this because I think there's nothing else happening besides maybe a potential...
A clang, yeah. That is the best thing about this game, that's true.
Counter gank on the bot side was what I was thinking, but you don't even get to go for that on UQ LOL. But yeah, the clang is, I think that's what we need to see in this game.
Heart still does crazy things to you. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get that clang.
That's for sure, man. That's for sure. I think this is going to be okay, though. I think King Boomy, not in too much threat of being dove. Although, whenever I've said that before in this game, it hasn't turned out that way. Look at Clang! Come on, baby! Clang! Revenite goes down to half HP from one single auto attack. Dr. Mundo stacking up plus 18. And my goodness, it's only going to get worse. Straight going to go over 890 gold, 11 minutes, 30 seconds in the game. 5,000 is the gold differential.
It is not looking good for UQ LOL, and that sort of gold differential is, of course, where you start to lose the access to things like the luxury itemization, like your heal cut items. So this Mundo, if he wasn't already unkillable, he's going to remain unkillable.
Clang. That's big. Trade back. FTR not happy with the Clang. He's just going to regen it.
It's completely fine. He gets to just walk away. Plates being harvested for Ground Zero Academy. This early game has just spiraled out of control, and UQ LOL have had basically no interest in recovering it outside of just looking for fights every single opportunity they can.
Yeah. More aggressive trading on the top side, though. Willy Wonka does have an ult and ghost. The Keeper's Verdict going to be invested. FTR, I think, disrespecting just how unkillable this Mundo is. Because you can think he's going to die, then he presses ultimate, gets 50% extra max HP, and just heals it all back. Thanks for +1 Clang, and he's going to walk it off.
I think he's actually literally giving him health between the grasp and the heart steal. Also, he's gone for a very aggressive build. Looks like it's going to be the Fimbulwinter version, but not before stopping off for a Sun to Sky, which he's just completed. I don't hate it in the 1v1, but I think it makes you worse at doing what your expected job should be in the team fights, because you basically want to hold someone in place, get the big sleep down, and then have your 280 carries burst someone, get resets for the Tristana.
Oh, God.
That conversation is almost irrelevant at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know if Kane even wanted that to connect.
I don't know if he did either. I think Sheen would teach him his place very quickly. As you can see the Mundo, he's already starting to work his way through the tower. A lot of time Mundos go Warmogs first, but he's gone Heart Still, which is so greedy. It's so aggressive. Usually go Warmogs, you have infinite HP, you can't die. This guy's gone Heart Still, which is the scaling option, but it's you just don't go that. That's how ahead they are. Willy Wonka is feeling comfortable doing that.
He wants to get his stacks online nice and early. And why not? His whole team is winning. Anytime he looks like he's under threat, Nox can be there.
Oh,
King
no.
Boomy.
Is this an engage you want? Actually, Sheen going to respect it with Flash and Culling. Like, I think King Boomy probably would have lost that. He has Yuntao Wild Arrows, not infamous for their damage-dealing capabilities. Essence Reaver on the other side, and 2 level advantage for Sheen. But he's going to respect it with his own Flash, so I guess a W for UQ LOL.
Get that resource out, I guess. One of the more mobile champions on the enemy team, so difficult to lock down. And I suppose the other thing we didn't really touch on in draft, we were setting up the conversation. Revenite is potentially going to be dove, or at least just poked out under his own tower. Maybe a counter engage, but the bowling ball goes wide. The thing we didn't really touch on too much in the draft for UQ LOL is they just don't have a lot of reliable engage. There's no sort of Maokai go button. It's Kane with an ultimate which can be flashed. This is true of a lot of skills in League of Legends, but they just don't really have that reliable instant snap engage, which would potentially get them some sort of pick in a situation like this. So just going to be forced to weather this storm, and the storm is battering down their doors, their windows, their towers.
More of a hurricane at this point. As here comes an engage though. Willy Wonka, maybe he goes down. Lilting Lullaby is going to be good. The CEO of Mundo himself is going to die, I think. The 8% max HP damage you talked about before, going to be enough to take him down, and that's your punishment for not going Warmogs first, my friend. He is going to build it second. There's a second Giant Spell acquired in the inventory. And death is coming at about 20 minutes for UQ LoL when that Mundo finishes the second item.
Life is coming from Mundo. Revenite.
It's just a cleanse. It's nothing really there. Solar Flare just walked out of by Polymos. Darkness peels him back. And yeah, I mean, I guess it's good if you are UQ LoL.
It is not bad. This is something we've seen UQ LoL do a little bit when they are in a winning state, where they love to just be one of those teams who will test you, draw out the resources, get themselves a favorable position before an objective gets started. And there is a Herald to take, but I just don't think you get the opportunity to do so because you have the reset. Everyone is on tempo for Ground Zero Academy, and they are just storming towards that Herald. This probably just gets taken without issue unless a miracle happens here.
He's actually engaged there. He doesn't have Solar Flare though because he used it on mid. So Nox is going to walk it out using his own ultimate though. So no Stranglethorns for the Herald fight. That is kind of a go signal if you are UQ LoL. That's happy to get that out. Unfortunate that Nox gets away though.
Yeah, really unfortunate stuff. But Nox, yeah, no ultimate, but what else do you have? You've got Darkness who can be that bodyguard as you start to set up the Heralds. So could just start it up here quite comfortably. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds could be a trade back here for UQ LoL if they do want to look for that one. But right now, you can see Darkness down towards the bot side. He wants to control the entire map, and frankly, they have the right to.
I mean, at this point, look at the gold lead. It's still 5k, 5.2k. Look at Willy Wonka. He doesn't care. This is what I'm talking. Mundo just destroys the tower. It's gone. It's dead. Vanished. He has Ghost as well. And FTR just gets to watch in horror. That's only going to get worse, ladies and gentlemen. That's like baby Mundo right there. And they have no way of killing him on their team. It's absolutely terrifying. At the same time, it's going to be skirmish over Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon potentially going to be started up here. FTR wants it.
He's fine.
If he hits both halves of the queue, and in the last couple of trades, he has hit the queue and then charged to get him off the queue, which is not great.
Suspicious. That's an EQ there. That's better.
Sus. Yeah, there we go. That's something.
There's no kill angle here. I think you just lose, right? Mundo presses R and you just die, right?
R.
Sure with Sundered Sky. Look at the HP regen. What is this character? He's back to full. Enjoy trading.
Yeah, it's rough. And also, he doesn't have a Thornmail or anything. This is why I probably would have preferred the tank option, because then you would have been able to weave a Thornmail in there a little bit nicer.
This is shocking. They're getting the Herald in trade of the Drake.
No, they don't. Let's see the health. Okay, yeah, they do get it.
They did it.
So, I assume feats have gone over. Yes, the feats have gone over, well and truly. Tower was busted on the top side, tower was busted on the bottom side.
Another engage here. It's game versus 3 though. Stranglethorn's invested yet again. I think this time with a little bit more lethality behind them. Lethal intent may not be enough though, as Kane gonna barely escape. Nope. Bullets in the brain, and Nox the one to claim the kill. Though FTR might catch Sheen if he goes near the wall. It's Sundered Sky Poppy. Let's see the damage. It is negligible, in fact. As the Keeper's Verdict invested again, and he's just going to dash out. FTR instead going to walk into a trap of his own. Darkness is here, has Flash and Ignite, and I think if FTR wants this fight, he's going to die. Instead, he flashes.
He has to flash away. So a valiant attempt, I guess, but your map is being completely controlled by Ground Zero Academy, and this is one of the reasons why they've been just so dominant, is they are so good at playing off of these winning lanes and just taking space, and they pretty much always have these winning lanes, at least in the top side, usually in mid, and then they just roll around, and they have Darkness just being the front line who rolls around and gets vision for them, controls every single part of the map that they want to be in, and they just make sure that they have numbers and presence where they need it. Right now they're going to be playing the mid lane.
This is nice. Oh gosh, he's missed the E! Leona hadn't engaged there on Darkness. Maybe he would have killed him, but he's barely missed the Leona E. That's that snap engage you're talking about. They don't have it. They have to land a skill shot. It's too hard.
Exactly. Yeah, it's unreliable. I mean, yes, it's Leona, but it's only Leona. Yeah, that's the issue, I think, is it's only Leona, where I really do think Lucario on something like a Maokai would have been so much nicer for getting some sort of setup, or at least getting a pincer with the Maokai ultimate, but you're not going to get any of those options, so you're just relegated to catching waves, playing passively, and no doubt talking about the next game.
I think we're about to see a dead pilot. What do you think? I think we're about to see a dead Yordle in a cockpit. As Revenite on the bot side here, followed by 3 enemy members, make that 4. As Akaisa coming down, she has Killer Instinct, Rel has Flash. So if they choose to kill this Corki, they could, but instead they're going to defend mid because the Herald's been used by UQ LoL.
Alright, so this is potentially going to be a good chunk on the tower. It looks like they're not going to commit to this one. So you get basically nothing off that Herald, which... the point I was going to set up is that once feats go down, Herald feels like it doesn't do anything. I don't know if Willy Wonka dies.
I mean, he has ultimate. He doesn't have Ghost. Use it. My God, look at the heart still proc. Luke's just lost half his HP. King Boomy maybe next to full. Forced to barrier. The Doctor is in, and he's lethal. Unfortunately, he does die.
They send the Avengers to kill Thanos, and it actually works this time. Willy Wonka
that's a start
down.
of that game.
Bogey down. They still want to invade here. If a Prayseeker lands, I think Polymos just sends it.
Yeah, but the worst part, they just killed the raid boss, but he didn't drop any loot. He's 0-2. That's an 0-2 player right there, right? He probably had a negative bounty, and he's that strong.
Yep, what can you do? He is massively strong, and it's all just Heartsteel procs, it's just farm, it's taking that whole tower. It's rough. You don't get to do a whole lot in response.
This could be good. This is an engage there. Keeper's Verdict going to land on Nox. Solar Flare after the Keeper's Verdict. Kane has managed to find an engage there. King Boomy on the left side. You've got to watch him. He has to do everything for this team. He finds one. Has a reset on the jump. But look at Sheen on the left side there. Has a culling over the wall. Going to take out FTR. And King Boomy just knocked out of the fight. He's unable to continue fighting there. And they're going to trade 2 for 1. It's not worth.
It's just not worth it. And every single time UQ LoL look like they're going to have a positive play, there is so much damage loaded into the rest of this composition that if you kill one person, it's an 80 carry. Like, they will... And it's specific Lucian, it's specific Kai'Sa as well, so they have a decent amount of burst on their kits as well as just consistent DPS. So you'll get blown up, and then you've got a couple of 80 carries to contend with, and you've got a Mundo running at your face, you've got Darkness who can lock you down long enough for that kill to happen. So it really does feel like you need to try to find someone in isolation and then kill them. Like, the Mundo kill was fantastic, but then they tried to take space that they did not get the chance to, or they didn't have the right to, and got punished for it. And yeah, it's all falling apart.
This tower's just dead in seconds. The Demolish proc now doing more than half the HP of a single tower, and he's just 2 items in.
Good.
It's going to be the... Oh, he's going the aggressive option. That's Titanic Hydra that Mundo's building right there. You might not know this if you're not a keen-eyed top lane player. That is a damage item that this tank player is building. If he's not raid bossy enough, he's about to be. And he's not even the focus of this game. The rest of the team is 1v9. Like, Polymos and Sheen by themselves could be carrying.
Yeah, why not? He has 5k health and change, so and it's going to keep getting worse with that Heartsteel proc. So he is going to hit like a truck once that thing goes online. And the combo is like auto E. He is on the wrong side of the map.
He does have ultimate, so he can just heal it all back. There's still no anti-heal. No, he's used the ultimate just late. Look at the Heartsteel proc, taking away half of Luke's HP. He's going to play this fight because he can. He's the beast. Unfortunately, the spell immune not going to work on too much more there. Takes the wave. Look at how long he takes to die. They're taking your bot wave, your mid wave, your children, your hospital, everything on the other side of the map at the same time as you're just spending 50 minutes trying to kill Willy Wonka. It's crazy.
And just quietly, that was Soul taken.
Oh,
so,
really?
That's a Mundo with Soul who is 0-3 and has felt like he's done somehow the most in this game.
This is not the best check he can do. I think he's dead, right? The Valkyrie going to come forward. This is a flash. Actually, really well played from Shine. Despite the fact the start was a little bit disgusting, as Kane going to finally engage on him, but the flash from Revenite going to be in vain. Down he goes. Shine just going to kite it out. Leona dies as well. It's just a cacophony of misery on the bot side of the map.
It's not going great. And the unreliable crowd control once again strikes. You don't get to land the crowd control on a target with flash, and the response is just so much worse. You do get a mid lane tower. This is a bounty at least, so
big.
There's
winnable.
That big.
I said it.
Maybe.
Winnable. I said it. The gold lead's actually dropped. So it was 5k at 10 minutes. There's now 3k at 23 minutes. So, winnable. Although Willy Wonka is about to have his way with Luke and King Boomy. Look at the Heartsteel proc there. King Boomy loses half his HP. Polemos going to take out the beer. And it's also Yordle hunting season for Polemos. He takes out Tristan. And now they're going to set their eyes on mid-tier 2. And I did say winnable. I would be typing /FF.
Might have been facetious there. Now, the other thing we didn't talk about, which just kind of happened without me even noticing, was that the Artican was taken, So level leads, even worse. You can see every time they kill someone, they get that explosion, which means that you get to run people down even more. Willy Wonka, I think he just wades into your tower and kills you at this stage.
he's walking on the tower for a heart seal proc, man. Who is this guy?
Guy knows what's up.
He's just gonna walk up.
He knows Heartsteel Gaming.
Yeah. Well, there's your mid-inhib tower gone. I think your mid-inhib soon to follow as Sheen and FTR taking an aggressive trade there. It's not winning. As Willy Wonka's just killed the Corki, Polemos followed as well. Stranglethorn's good. Keeper's Verdict going to knock away one player. Maybe they can turn this fight here. They need to find something. Luke able to find one pick. Has a losing Lullaby on two, but Polemos cleanses it and Willy Wonka's immune to it. So FTR going to go down in vain. King Boomy going to follow suit. Willy Wonka and Polemos going to laugh in the faces of UQ LOL and take GZ Academy to game one. That's their game.
That's it. That was their game from start to finish. There was really not a lot that UQ LOL had to even say there. I think the draft was probably one of the bigger issues, but the gameplay left something to be desired as well. You could see them go for too many chances that just weren't really opportunities, and everything fell apart way too early, and it's worrying signs. If the rest of the series looks like this, then we might be in for a quick night, but hopefully we see, just like previous series, maybe we see a bit of a bounce back from UQ LOL so they can make this one a bit more competitive.
Let's go diagnosis mode though for a second, because
I think let's do it.
There
Put
are
on
some
your
issues.
Stethoscope.
Yeah, it's on. It's been on the whole time, actually. I have it against my chest. I can feel it.
We've been doing a lot of diagnosis.
That's facetious.
This game.
We have. Okay, biggest problem. If you had to name one, what was it?
Lack of reliable crowd control, specifically from the jungle. That would be where I'd want to see playmaking, and we just weren't seeing it. We had a bot lane which could potentially have won, but without a jungler to really get down there and actually support early on, then it was pretty unplayable. So I think the Lilia denial is good maybe in the scope of this series, but I don't want to see anything like that again from Laclarity.
Yes, I agree. I think it was made very clear to us within the first 10 minutes of that game that one of these guys is a full clear jungle specialist, and one of these guys can play it.
Yep.
And the full clear jungle specialist, when he plays against some guy who can play it, is going to be up 16 farm at 5 minutes, and that's what we saw. And that's just a reality of the game. If you got losing lanes, you need to be playing CC jungle. You can't really play full clear against someone who's really good at it and expect to be able to carry your team through losing lanes. It's just too hard. It's just too hard for Luke. So I think you're right. I think we need to see utility. In terms of, we saw some stuff going on bot lane. We can go to a break in a second, but I'm genuinely interested to hear your thoughts here. You think it was a winnable game if they had a CC jungler through bot?
I agree. I think that if it was a Maokai or something in the jungle role, I think that you could have actually turned some of those fights. But the Lilia didn't really offer anything. I don't think we ever really saw her use the Lilting Lullaby offensively at all. It was always defensive. And there's a point where, yes, you probably sack mid, you sack top in that draft, and then you go for something which has some utility, some engage. And then the Leona, I think, feels a lot better. Because that was the big issue, is that you didn't have... Once you were behind, you didn't have pick CC. And without pick CC, without some follow-up to lock someone down and give someone a chance to get a kill, potentially get a shutdown, there was no way back in the game. So it was disaster upon disaster, and hopefully next time we just see a more consistent, reliable draft.
Well, that's the analysis right there. We're going to send to a break now. We'll see you in 5 minutes for game 2. Hopefully we see a better draft. Hopefully we see a closer game. I don't know what we'll see, though, because it's the OCC and every game is ridiculous. So I'll see you then. See you in 5 minutes. We're going to a break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. What a lovely break we just had. I made myself some chicken in that break. Well, I didn't actually. I ate some chicken in that break. It was great. Hope you guys have some snacks as well, because this game, we're going to need some. Probably popcorn. It's been crazy. What did you think of that game one?
Yeah, it was a bit of a bloodbath, bit of a slaughter. UQ Law probably want to forget that one. Hopefully, as we kind of touched on, heading into the game, into this game, see some improvements to the draft, some more reliability. Ground Zero Academy, I think, showed their class, and we have a clip ready to go. It's going to be kind of the one that really started to blow the game open as we get it up. Now, here, the technology we have on display, really cool, by the way. I just want to quickly, I can pause this. No, wait, that's wrong. Sorry, let me delete that.
That's cool too. I like that.
That's pretty cool, but I can draw on this.
Whoa!
That's rad. Our producer is a wizard. Now, I'm going to let this roll. The thing I want to point out, actually, at the start of this clip, is that Lacority was actually just finishing his red, had to move on to the Gromps, so his early clear speed was in the favor of Nox. He managed to just blaze through his jungle, which is why he was first to play. So tempo, kind of important. And that means that they just get this, gank off in the Tri-Brush. Polemos then lands this awesome Prey Seeker. And then from here, we can just let this roll and sit back as the brutality unfolds.
Yeah,
and it's just walking down every single person on UQ LoL. And this is where I think that early game of the Tristana was basically just rendered a moot point. What could have been a winning lane was just completely shut down by a quicker clear from Nox, and that was it. I think this was basically the game.
I agree. I think at that point, it's pretty hard to play. It's an interesting question, though, as to whether or not that can go differently. Because I think what it stems from fundamentally was an overextension. In trying to hold that tri-bush when your jungler is slower than the enemy jungler. So your jungler is 20 CS, which means they're level 3 to level 4. That's the big disadvantage. You're not able to hold that tri-bush in that position if you're the support player. You just lead to starting a fight you cannot win. That's the big issue. I think... obviously a bit different if it's a Malka, because it's going to have some impact in that fight. You can Bramble Smash someone, probably get a pick or two at least. But it's pretty tough, man. That's a pretty tough scenario. Just a big mistake from UQ LoL's bot lane even. Backed up by the fact that clear speed's too slow.
Yeah, the clear speed is definitely a big thing. But I think that it shows the experience of Ground Zero in playing around this style of jungler, in that Nox was ready to end his clear on the butt side of the map. He knew what the play was going to be. It was taking tri-bush control. It was looking for some sort of counterplay from the enemy jungler who had to make something happen towards the bot side. So Ground Zero have just shown their class in that game. I think in that early game call, and we'll see whether they can keep this one up, because remember, the prize for this, if we want to shout out our sponsors, is going to be that Sanspirel coaching. And this is a team that already is getting input from the Ground Zero coaching staff, I believe. So they're just set up for success. This is just going to level up the squad even more. I mean, at this point, get rid of the guys over in the PCS. Just slot in my boy Darkness, and
he's looking good.
Willy Wonka,
Willy Wonka's ready. That's for sure. I mean, there was a bit of inting actually. As much as we glaze him, there was actually a couple moments where, despite the fact the man was full unkillable, he did in for some clangs, which
he did.
I'm prone to doing that. I'll be honest.
I actually think that's a reasonable thing to do. I think if you die for a clang, then mission accomplished. But he was also just buying a lot of space. So as much as he was a 0-3 Mundo, he was absolutely massive. Shine had an incredible performance on the Lucian, outplaying a lot of the attempted engages from Leona.
First blood too, in the mid.
Yeah, first blood as well on Revenite, who I think looked rather uncomfortable on Corki as well. I think that the double AD draft just did not give you a lot of options. And I think Revenite in particular, who I think is so accomplished on things like the Rise, the Orianna, just did not have a great game. Also, his Silas would have been potentially an angle. We saw none of that. So the great news is this is a series. You get to reset. It's fearless. So we're not going to see Nox's Zyra.
Zyra, holy.
So what are the options? Do we go to the Jax? Do we go to the Aurelia? What do we see? I would love to see something like the maybe Jax Maokai from the top side.
Yeah, I can see that a lot. I think one thing that we've seen that's consistent about every single Fearless draft that I've watched is that the bans, at least for the first three for both teams in game one, are very consistent throughout the series. That's something that is different about Fearless from regular. Because you ban a champion, you can't play it. Sorry, obviously you can't play it, but like,
Yeah.
if you ban a champion, you can play it in the next game. Whereas if you pick it, you can't. The bans, you're kind of encouraged to keep them the same. So what I'm expecting to see is Irelia ban. We saw an Alistar ban in the first 3, which does make sense. If Irelia gets banned, I can't. Do you remember what the others were? I know Gwen was open. Jace got banned. That's for sure.
Yep, Jace banned. We were thinking that was going to be setting up for a Gwen from, I think, FTR, but it never eventuated. The Alistar ban, I think you can drop. Because we will see what the side selection is. I would love to know, actually, if we have any, confirmation of that. Because I think the Alistar ban did come from the Ground Zero side, and that feels like something that... okay, so it is going to be Ground Zero on the blue side. So...
swap sides from last game.
Yeah, so they can... Sorry, red side? Ground Zero, red side.
They're on the other side that they were.
They're on the other side, yeah. Either way, the Alistar ban feels like one they can drop because it is something that's so good in the Hands of Darkness. That was the point I was going to make. I'm doing mental gymnastics trying to figure out which side we're actually on. Which side did they play on?
First pick was UQ-LOL.
Okay, great. So they're on blue side. Cool. Yeah, so it is now going to be... I should back myself. Ground Zero on blue side now.
That's right. Always back yourself.
Always back yourself. It's
never wrong.
And always do maths on stream, actually. That's really important.
That's true. And people love watching that too, by the way. If you got like a notepad or something, that's really engaging content. You can just do some sums.
Well, I can do it on the Telestrator if we want. Like I can do some...
We can do some sums. Maybe next time.
We wouldn't have to do a replay of ourselves, so we'd have to just react for a bit and then
calculate what's going on in the mind.
Oh, okay. We got the Telestrator. Okay, cool.
This is good. This is
good. So here's the tech. It's 1 plus 1.
Actually, 3 minus 1 here, or the 4 minus 1. In fact, is what's going on screen. Off goes Kane.
So how many clangs have we seen? I think that's
true.
2, right?
2 clangs so far. He gets the wave.
There's going to be a 3rd clang.
Does he get the cannon? This is important, and it cuts away. He does not get the cannon. Minus 1.
And
minus
then
1 right
he
there.
is dead.
Death.
But on the other side of the map, happy.
It's true.
This is the analysis that people are here for. I love this Telestrator. This is
why you're on, man.
We need this on every cast.
Well, we can talk a little bit more seriously, though.
We can.
Topside was not the biggest problem last game.
No.
But it could be worse.
In isolation, I did not hate the Poppy. I will say. I think that the Poppy was fine in terms of giving you a front line. It gave you something which could lock down one of these 80 carries. It was that question of reliability, right? Like what was missing? You could have gotten... Like I'm trying to think of FTR's champion pool and with what tanks he actually plays. Sion, maybe? It all just feels so unreliable. And I think the Maokai was...
He's not a tank
definitely
player.
the answer. No, it definitely isn't.
Historically, whenever FTR, and this didn't happen last game, by the way, I want to make it clear, FTR had a pretty fine game, honestly. But historically, whenever UQ-LOL have lost game 1, even if it has been FTR's fault, he's not the guy to just go tank duty. Like, he doesn't relinquish his carries. This guy plays carries. That's what he plays. Poppy's like one of the tankiest things I've ever seen him pick. He's the Irelia guy. He's the Jace guy. He likes to play Jax. So I'm expecting to see a little bit more spiciness in the top lane, hopefully.
Hopefully. I also think that as much as Mundo is a champion who really likes placing AP damage, Gwen was open. And Gwen plus ganking jungler, Xin Zhao, something like that. I mean, yes, you have a terrible time proccing the Mundo passive, so maybe it is the Maokai angle, which I keep going back to, but Sejuani also an option. I think Q in, get the frost down, get the E, lock them down. Gwen probably would have been great here. It's weird that they went for this Poppy. It was first, right?
Yeah, it was. It was. That was I believe that was the
no, it was the Lilia. Sorry,
Lilia was. Yeah, sorry, Lilia was first pick. Yeah, and then Poppy was still blinded, but it was 2-3. Was what it was.
Yeah. So I mean, there's probably no world where you thought this was going to be a Mundo top. But hey, great news. Draft.
Here we go. So farming junglers have been shot in the heart a little bit though, because there is no Lilia and there is no Zyra. You have Nocturne still. I guess you have a few.
Brand.
It's still game 1. Brand's great, yeah. On the new patch. Darius jungle doesn't exist anymore, nor does Yorick jungle, so that's 2 things gone.
No.
Kindred ban, we did see last game from GZ Academy. That's the same. So if it were following suit, should be Irelia there. There's Irelia. Now Alistar or Jace. What we're expecting?
I think Jace feels so good. I mean, yes, Gwen has been nerfed, but she's still very, very strong, and I think she
different.
Gives you the biggest fighting chance. That's interesting. So there's some of that utility sort of. It is a bruiser, but does have a lot of crowd control. So I like the look from Ground Zero Academy. See what the rest of the draft looks like. There's the
Xin
Xin.
Zhao?
I think you want to keep that one, Licority. I think you want that one.
I wonder what he's thinking then, because no Vi, no Xin Zhao. AD jungle is starting to get limited a little bit. Your utility junglers are still there, so Maokai Sejuani trade is possible. Alistar taken away, so again, MF priority rises because Rel's good now.
Yeah,
actually, Rel was picked last game. I take it back.
Rel was
Cannot
last
play
game.
Rel.
Yeah, so
cannot play Rel.
We don't see Rel, which probably means we see less. It's a less likelihood of the misfortune coming out. Varusban takes away one of the safe 80 carries, so you could be looking to go as kind of a bit more hyper carry on King Boomy's side, or maybe something Ezreal shaped, which we've seen from him in the past, play a bit more of a weak side 80 carry.
That is probably the last. So Viego lock-in is probably like the last quintessential AD jungler, with the exception of Nocturne, like AD skirmishing jungler. Vi, Xin Zhao gone. Viego's kind of the last one you got. There's Talia going to be taken away, probably for Revenite, right?
Yeah, this is why I was not sure about the Xin Zhao ban, because Revenite is almost definitely going to play a mage, I think, in this situation. He could go for his Silas, but it doesn't feel like the pick after a game like that. So I think if you go Xin Zhao with a Talia, you had a decent front line with some backline damage. Nautilus is fine. It's a support with crowd control. We can definitely move on from that.
That is a go button, though. That is some hard CC. That's good. Rakan. It's an adaptation from last game already with the Nautilus. Rakan being taken there. That's a nice engage tool. I don't see the follow-up for it yet, so I guess we're going to see.
I don't know about this one from Darkness, because I think that feels like a bit of self-counter pick, depending on what I mean, Nautilus Jhin could just kind of maul you here, and I think it looks great alongside what you put together here from UQ LoL and against what GZ Academy have got here.
There's Yone. Interesting.
Okay. Yone going to come out?
So my concern with Nautilus Jhin was that you're going to be lacking tank damage, and obviously Willy Wonka is prone to slamming crazy picks. So if he just locks a Malphite or something, and you've got Nautilus Jhin, good luck playing the game. So Yone does counteract that fact, but it opens up the ability for him to get banned. Is Ezreal going to be taken there? Orianna makes a lot of sense in this draft, by the way, because it can ferry the ball in with Rakan. That's the big thing.
You need to ban Jax here, I think, on UQ LoL. You absolutely must ban Jax, because Yone it's probably going towards the top side unless it's a weird jungle pick for Licority. It's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. So I think Jax has to be banned, and then I really do think that the single target damage, the short trade damage onto a Rakan, Jhin just doesn't get to play the game. So I like the pick. See what they go for here, because you could go something more hypercarry oriented and get resets. Like we saw the Tristana last time. Jinx could be something which works. The Ashe takeaway.
Tell you what.
Yeah.
I really hate blinding Yone in this game. I really hate it.
Yeah.
If you're blinding Yone
weird.
You are opening yourself up to so many different forms of punishment through different
and they
picks.
Did not ban the Jax. And also the Jhin has been banned. So Grand Zero Academy, I don't know if it's coach style running the drafts, but man's smart. He apparently has the same thought that I do. I really don't know what the Yone is doing here, unless this is a Talia jungle. That's the only way this makes sense.
Hypercarry ADC, that's damage. They have lockdown for the damage. They have a good team fight engage off the Nautilus and the Yone now.
And it does give them some of that single auto trade potential against the Rakan. There is a world where this is actually just a Xayah Rakan in the bot lane, because that's one of the things that hasn't been banned. It sucks against the Jinx mostly.
Zeri.
Oh wow,
that is a
confidence
big champion that's just been picked right there. That's a very scary character. Jinx versus Zeri. Are we in 2023? And is this ruler versus Pays? What are we watching?
I think it is. I think Polymus and King Boomy are about on that same level.
Yeah, this is the exact thing I'm talking about, man. That destroys Yone. It's not even close. That matchup is unplayable. That has to be mid or it's GG's.
It has to be a flex, right? It has to be. There is no other way you can play this draft.
That is like if you go counterpicks.gg/Yone, the number one thing is Renekton. It's like not even, and there's like 15 other picks you can pick there, by the way. That's why it's so abysmal to pick Yone. And it's because he could pick Renekton or Set or whatever, or Jax, anything. Okay, it is a flex. There we go. On.
Okay, right. Okay. All right. We're less worried. Because yes, the thing about this Yone as well is that this is now the post-nerf Yone, so when you snap back, you're still stunned if you do try and immune the Renekton W. So it feels terrible to play into. I still don't know if I love this draft from UQ LoL. And yes, they have a Jinx. Yes, they have a Talia to provide backline damage. But if Polymos has a decent, or basically gets out of lane unscathed, and it's once again on Lucario on a champion that doesn't really have a lot of agency. You've got Kayn to set it up, and then a Flick to follow.
Yeah.
I'm putting the pieces together, and I don't really see how it
doesn't build something very pretty, that's for sure.
No.
Yeah.
Why doesn't mine look like that?
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned. I do have to say that I think they've drafted 3 losing lanes, UQ Law. That's my biggest concern. Is it like it's just out of draft? It's a very similar situation, not as bad as the last situation. It's very similar to last game where you're looking at if you just look at the champs picked, and you have to guess what's going to happen at 5 minutes in, you're looking at 300 gold diff, or 400 gold diff, or 1,000 gold diff in favor of GZ Academy.
I think what's probably happening here is I think it's a little bit of a nameplates on situation, where the nameplates probably should have been off. Particularly for FDR, because, as we said, not really much of a tank player, but in this game has decided to go for the Ornn, and Lucario
it's a pretty good trade, actually.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get the Rage Q there, that's probably fine. Ornn works pretty well on low HP.
He's going to get the Rage Q on at least the minions, and he'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah,
it is once again a draft where I think the only avenue you really have is bot lane. Because Nautilus into Rakan is pretty good. You could catch the little bird and stomp on him, and then
throw him in a glass window.
Yep, glass window, all that, and the same thing applies to the Zeri. Zeri famously countered by Nautilus when she was hard meta, because you just press R and it doesn't matter where she skates to, she will get knocked up and potentially hooked depending on how far she's gotten away. But then she can also go for walls. So it was one of the answers. But I look towards the jungle and I see Lucario on this Talia, and he's full clearing up towards the top side.
It's interesting.
So,
to put my coping hat on for a second here, famously, the Shy solo kills Renekton all the time when he plays Ornn versus Renekton.
All right, so FTR, let's see it.
FTR, just play like the Shy and you're good, bro. It's that simple. Just have the Shy's mindset and play mechanically as good as him, and you can kill the Renekton. Instead, you're down 18 CS to 3, which is tough. Wave's now going to crash. Is Revenant taking a bad trade in mid? And is this a dive angle? There's no way. It's just going to take a plate at 2 minutes 50 seconds.
Yeah, this is not that's not the Shy in top.
Unfortunately.
The thing is, he is getting at least the XP. I'm putting my coping hat on as well.
That's an upside.
He's getting the XP. So there's a bright side. Ornn likes levels. If you can get some gold, then even better. But this is definitely not going to be a fun matchup.
Ooh. That's a nice trade, though. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, though.
All right.
So Ornn is a king of short trades. He can play versus Renekton like this. Willy Wonka on no rage is not a champion. You see Luke's cleared to topside, so maybe this is a fight angle.
Could be, but maybe a dive with the Ornn tanking. Yes, I can see it.
This is pretty.
I really do think you want to look bot lane. Shane is taking chunks off Revenant.
Yeah.
They're pinging. The teleport's coming out, but there is a ward in the try. No, you can't. Not at all.
Yeah, reset's coming through for loot now. Willy Wonka just going to catch this massive wave. They'd have to use the TP, but he's picked up a cull. So he's not too bad with that.
Interesting choice. Into the Ornn, I guess it makes sense. You're going to have a pretty free laning phase, so why not make it even more free? Get yourself towards that probably Stride Breaker even earlier.
You can go Cleaver first in this matchup, or Eclipse if you're really feeling it, depending on how hard you're winning. It's a heavy trade in mid here. Revenant going to be forced to back out. Surely it's to reset TP, right? Okay. Oh, he's just going to die! Because it's the flash forward, clockwork wind up, auto attack, Revenant in the ground. Another solo kill in mid in the second game.
Once again, so Shine kind of putting Revenant in the dirt. And once again, it's a matchup that just does not feel like you can really play it. I hate to sound like a broken record, but these drafts, man.
Yeah. I agree. DP coming through, Shine in melee range. Look at the damage he's already doing. Has a lost chapter picked up. Revenant lost half his HP in a single Orianna combo, and he's taking more damage here. Extending the trade is in topside. It's a W4 from FTR, gonna land the stun as Revenant's just gonna die yet again, I think. Nothing you can do in this situation unless he can flash the Orianna Q, uses his own Q2, and outplays the hell out of Sheen. Overzealous has a lost chapter and is looking lost on the Rift.
Okay, really nicely played there by Revenant. Gets the counter kill back. Lucario is gonna pick up this Chemtech Drake. And the bot side is not a disaster. So That's look away, children.
This is level 6 timer. Willy Wonka at 6 on this wave. If he didn't miss XP, never mind. Never mind.
All right.
I lied.
Clear the wave.
You must have
clear
missed
the
XP.
wave. It's okay. Clear the wave. Press B. That's level 6. That's nice. Can now play fights. No TP.
That's true. Oh,
Okay,
that's a flash
that's
there. That's Kane having a flash away, and Nox going to follow with his own flash. Sidestep the Talia W because he's him, and Kane I don't think is going to escape with his life as Polemos going to pick up the kill. That's the worst possible situation if you are Kane, losing flash and dying, not only dying, but to the enemy ADC, as this is not done. They're claiming their territory, GZ Academy.
Something they love to do. Now, the point I was going to make is that
every day.
Solo dive.
Surely. Unless he dies, which is very impossible, as Ornn does have Call of the Forge.
Good trade.
He's alright. He's alright.
Good job getting the damage under tower. Definitely what he needed to do in that situation. Doesn't have the teleport to his name, so there is going to be more pressure heaped on FTR on that top side. The point I was going to make is that King Boomy is actually doing okay in this matchup. Now he is a kill and several CS down, but Revenite...
It's a bit of an engage there. Revenite has used his ultimate. Can he stick to Sheen here? I think he can. Luke is coming in. There's a good Orianna ultimate. Maybe going to save his life as Talia needs to land that flick, and she's successful in her endeavor. As down goes Sheen. Luke going to shove the mid-wave. Revenite actually in a happy spot here. Willie does have flash and ultimate, though, and he's found a great angle onto the Talia here. Rockweaving not going to save you from a massive crocodile in the mid lane, claiming the feat of warfare for his team with impacting the map, not losing a single minion for it.
Just so easy for Willy Wonka. Just makes the roam towards the mid lane. Nox looking for a wraparound on Kane, and he's going to get it.
I think this is probably death, right? For the Nautilus, I think they're a bit overextended. Maybe a double kill on the bot side, unless they can play this. Jinx can get excited. If they kill Nox here, has the fleet footwork, the lethal tempo stacked up. Nox going to make his escape as Darkness now under the ire of King Boomy. Flashes the W. He's looking like an LCK ADC here. Just dodging every single one of the abilities thrown at him and dealing the damage in bucket loads.
All right, Boomy, we see you. Really nicely played there. Attempt by Darkness to block the damage from King Boomy, but isn't quite enough. Takes too much of his health bar in return. Gives a kill back to the Jinx, who's caught up in CS. Now equal in farm, but there is a cull to the name of the Zeri, so that will come in handy later on. But definitely getting some kills on this Jinx is going to be a big deal as this game goes on. Boomy, I think, is going to be very much called on to be the primary damage dealer in these fights. He is a Jinx. That is standard stuff. But I go back to the point we made, although...
You can go back to your point in just a second, because Sheen is going to get killed, I think. He's going to get hooked and put down. Revenite, yet again, going to be the beneficiary of this, although Luke steals the kill like the little greedy thief he is. I'm sure he's a lovely person. I'm sorry, I don't mean that, Luke. On the top side of the map, I do want to point out one thing. Look at Renekton's items. That's a Black Cleaver first. So it's a solo kill machine up here for Willy Wonka, as he's going to take an engage. I don't think this is going to go anywhere necessarily. The bonk is good from FDR, though. At the same time, another fight here. Knocked up is Nox. Has to ult over the wall. Heartbreaker used defensively, not what you want to see. And UQ lol, this is looking good.
It's looking good. They put some pressure in towards that mid lane. I think Revenite, if he'd gotten that Q3 off into the snapback, might have been just enough, but that does secure them the first round of grubs. So the first round, the only round of grubs on this patch.
Although Forge got hit. Nox is caught out. Doesn't have ultimate because he already used it to escape. He's going to get flicked, maybe killed here. This is going to be huge. Renekton does have his own. He maybe can play this. Revenite's not going to... He's just going to get the kill. Darkness goes down. Great angle from him. Willy Wonka maybe next to full, but he does have the Fury of the Sands, Renekton ultimate available whenever he wants to use it. Revenite looking like prime LeBron right now on this Yone, is at the same time, it's a 1v1 on the bot side. ADC versus ADC. Zeri ultimate invested, but not going to find any value from it. Polemos going to chunk out King Boomy, and the Grub's going to go down.
Too close to the tower. It's going to be able to shove this lane in, but not a lot to speak of, whereas in that top side, Revenite, the big story there, 2-1-2 on this Yone. This pick that we did doubt coming into the draft.
I still doubt it.
He's made it look pretty good in this early game. Yes, it's probably not the prime Yone location, but he has managed to find a couple of outplays, found some big ultimates. So he is certainly doing his job in the fights. FTR on this Yone as well. Look, he hasn't died 6 times.
That is true. His tower is getting abused.
None at all. But his tower is getting farmed.
Yeah. I would love to see the gold differential for Willy Wonka right now. So he's taking another aggressive trade. Maybe Nox can find a kill, though. It'd be big if Revenite dies. No, they're just going to take plates. This is an engage. Through the Sands. I think this is going to be a fight that favors UQ low yet again. Willy Wonka maybe going to go down, has the healing, needs to outplay this somehow. Dashes before the Talia rocks, can stop him in his tracks, although the Ornn Q going to knock him back into his place, and Luke going to take the kill yet again. 3-1 now, 2.3 thousand gold in inventory, but look at the gold diff in top. 700 for the Renekton.
Yeah, this is The Renekton is ahead, yes, but this is exactly what you want as UQ LoL. Every play has been made around Luke. We know that this player is very much the beating heart of this team, and on the Talia is kind of off to the races. Already has the Blackfire Torch ready to go, is pumping out the damage, and there's a dragon spawning. They're clearing down towards that dragon hit.
This is a good trade.
Shane getting
Revenite's
chunked.
just kind of stomping Sheen right now, I'll be honest. Ever since that second solo kill, he's kind of put the pumps on.
Yeah, it's going to get worse with the Blade of the Ruined King as well, but this is going to be a very much guaranteed dragon, so UQ LoL doing a really good job of keeping the pace up.
Yeah. And the only thing they're really hemorrhaging is top side, is the top tower probably going to be in trade here. I don't think FDR can stop the Renekton from blasting it. As the dragon goes down. Actually, it's a bit higher HP than I thought, but it's 4 solo plates. 4 plates in isolation for Luonka when he crashes his next wave. I mean, cannot be understated how insane that is versus an Ornn. It's pretty hard as Revenite's actually found a kill on the bot side of the map. It's the counter engage here. Poemo's going to find an engage over the wall. They need to find something because they've already lost the play. Heartbreaker going to get the first reset for Viego. Now Rakan comes through with the quickness, going to Charlotte the second. Maybe Luke goes down, but he has the flash. Second Heartbreaker used, and it's not going to find any value apart from feeding King Boomy. Down he goes. Call the Forge God on the top side. Revenite is not in this play. In fact, it is FTR on the Ornn fighting Willy Wonka, and he's going to flash for the solo kill.
On.
The Shy! Come on! No, never mind. Sorry. Got a bit overhyped there. I thought it was him. It in fact is FTR, not the Shy. The solo kill not going to be found.
Still did pretty good, considering. Now, that bot lane play, yes, Boomy is getting paid. He is getting paid kind of big by overextensions here from Ground Zero Academy, and you could see the kill manifest itself as soon as Boomy was hitting over the wall. He had everything he wanted. This could be a dive here.
I mean, yeah, it could be. He has ultimate.
I think he do. No rage.
Oh, what's going on here? Luke's been caught out. He's been stunned up, but he's knocked him away. He's peeling himself so well off the back of Kane on the assistance here. Sheen has ultimate. Luke's going to find 1 kill, maybe the second here. FTR's here before the Renekton, and I think it's just a disaster. The GZ Academy getting run circles around on the map.
What is even happening? They're just collapsing every single time. I think it's all off this incredibly fed jungler where Lucorigi is just part of every single play. He is pumping out the damage, and they're just playing around the jungle, playing to collapse. And on the bot side, the point I was going to make is that this Jinx is getting absolutely paid. She has the Yuntal online. Kane looking for an angle on Polemos.
Good flash.
It's a
has to
flash.
flash the hook. It's unfortunate that he has to invest it, but it's a good one. Would have died otherwise.
Definitely, absolutely would have. Not quite having the ultimate available as Kane, but could have potentially used it in the extended play if it did come back. So a lot found by UQ LoL in the past couple of minutes. And the top side, yes, FDR feels like he's been largely outclassed in this top lane matchup. Yes, the Black Cleaver is here. It has been matched by that first item of the Thornmail. But the big thing is, the levels are exactly even. And I think that's the only thing you really wanted as FTR, is to hit level 13 at about the same time as Willy Wonka.
That's a really good E-engage.
Yeah, really good.
Really good.
And yeah, we even saw a few times FTR has been very close to getting solo kills back on the Renekton. So I think he's actually fine.
What the hell is going on here?
Just dead.
He's just dead. Luke's just killed him. I was looking at that play thinking it's normal. Mid laner and jungler and support just looking at each other. And Luke, in fact, is looking with the lethal eye goggles of death. And he stared down darkness, and darkness is now in the darkness. It's very unfortunate, the GZ Academy. What? Oh, another kill. Okay, that's a shutdown, actually. That's a big deal. Hold on a second. Revenite's managed to die. How's this happen? We'll never know.
Unfortunately, didn't quite see it. Lucoridi is not going to be able to trade back a kill. Tower does go down first in the favor of Grand Zero Academy, which I believe does get them the feats. That's correct. So, small advantage picked up. They can keep the pressure up with that. But I think as UQ LoL, with a scaling Jinx, a Talia in the jungle, a Yone that builds crit, and this Ornn who is eventually going to start handing out those ornaments, I think you're fine, Tweed.
Yeah, man. I think it's such a happy position, which is crazy that I'm saying this, because the start of this game, I was doom and gloom about this composition. I thought it was 5 losing lanes. Sorry, 3 losing lanes. It's not 5 lanes on the Rift. But it turns out that if you just play this well, it can work, which is good. Yeah. It's very impressive. It's good to see UQ LoL striking back like this, because the last game was not even close.
Yeah, and this mid-jungle duo, I think, has been the big thing. Revenite getting those early kills online means that he's been able to join the plays and support Lucoridi in looking for invades, looking for skirmishes in the river. And that's kind of made all the difference. Nox runs into FDR, and we deployed bot lane into the mid lane, so eventually that tower is going to go down. I think they'll collapse on Willy Wonka in this bot side.
I've seen this story before. Willy Wonka now doesn't have the golden ticket on him, but they're still going to check his corpse and going to find nothing apart from a 1 and 2 crocodile. Not looking like
400 gold.
Prime Willy Wonka. And 400 gold. That's nice. That's nice. Maybe that is a golden ticket, after all. Maybe
Yeah.
the golden ticket was the friends we made along the way.
That's the deep lore, I think. Every champion is just carrying around about 400 gold in their pocket, and every kill is actually just a mugging.
And they're playing dead.
Yeah. Revenite is picking up more and more pressure on the bot side. He's going to be able to eventually chip away at that tower. UQ LoL actually feel like they're kind of in command of this game, but the counterpunches are coming in from Ground Zero Academy. This is probably just going to be a dead top lane tower.
I think so, yeah. Which is kind of crazy given the set of the game. Obviously on the bot side, they are going to be trading. FTR might be in trouble as well if he overplays this. Orianna doesn't have the shockwave. She invested it. And I think it was immune or something because FTR was not hit by that. As now the tier 3 turret going to be under siege from the Herald and not going to go down, I don't believe. Drake on the other side of the map is the trade. And I think it's pretty even for both sides.
It is even, but I think that Ground Zero Academy are doing a great job of accelerating
This is
the
a
game.
dead
So
crocodile, actually.
engage on the bot
There's
side.
another kill on Willy Wonka. We were glazing him before the series, but he's actually had a tough 2 games.
It really has targeted pretty hard in the side lanes. Ooh, that hook's going to go wide. UQ LoL, yes, they have a scaling composition, and I think Ground Zero Academy are doing a fairly good job of accelerating the pace of this game. That's going to be a top lane tier 3
There's
that
no
goes
way, right?
down, so space is being taken away, and
He's going for it. Oh, never mind.
yeah, he can. Well, eventually they will get it. Yes, it's traded in the bot side, and yes, you get Willy Wonka's life, but the more chaotic this game is, I think Ground Zero Academy are quite happy. They've got the Renekton, they've got an Orianna who has that the Ludens online, so the burst is going to be there. So these fights feel like they're on equal footing here in terms of taking these fights.
Yeah, shockingly. Because if
Yeah,
you look
and
at the game state, you just look at the KDAs, you'd be expecting like 10k gold diff. You look at the top,
Yeah.
it's 2k, 2.9, which is shocking. And then you also take into account the fact that the ADCs are pretty much even, like in terms of the items, right? They're actually dead even in terms of the items, right? Jinx is up Control Ward, and they're both playing hyper carries. So where the gold needs to be, it is. Polemos
exactly.
can 1v9.
Both sides, I think, fairly happy with this game state, but I think if you're a UQ LoL with a comp that does scale this hard, you really didn't want the pace to be pushed this fast.
I agree.
FPR is going to defend this bot lane. I think Willy Wonka just dies here.
I don't think there's a way out, right? Maybe Darkness.
No.
Oh, he's all right. He's all right. I'd take it back. I thought the Ornn would have been in trouble there. As Sheen going to be the trade on the other side of the map. Ornn for Orianna is the likely trade. As there's a fight on the bot side, and Sheen just going to walk into the rocks. Taliyah throwing the rocks very hard this game. 10 kills. That's a crime right there, I think. She's stoning people to death. That was abolished a while ago, so...
Yeah, we don't get to do that anymore. Taliyah apparently gets to break the rules.
Yeah, she does get to break the rules. She also gets to break the neck of Darkness there, as King Boomy, the one to take the kill, gets excited off it. And the game state is technically, even if you're looking at ADC goal, but around the map, it's completely disastrous for GZ Academy. Willy Wonka even losing trades on top right now versus Ornn. As mid-tier 2 going to be demolished.
It's such a weird game state because everyone's just avoiding fights. They're just walking around, taking each other's tower, taking territory. And it's kind of hard to say who's getting the better of things here. The thing that it should be making the difference is that there's a lot of bounties going over, but I think the extra kills being picked up in Change by UQ LoL have actually made this way less competitive than it should be. So Ground Zero, it kind of feels like they've stuck to this plan of playing side lanes, kind of ratting it out, getting as much gold as they can, and keeping this kind of pace up. But they haven't been able to convert it into an actual fight or a pick or anything like that to any sort of significant degree. So the conversion of the objectives is going in the favor of UQ LoL, and that feels like business as usual. It feels like the plan.
Yeah, I mean, your Achilles heel, if you're trying to play through side lane, is if they have a very strong global presence, right? If you're trying to push on sides and not get picked, what you don't want is enemy Taliyah 10-1. In fact, that is what is in this game. So playing through sides is, as we've seen, it just leads to lots of picks, and that's why we're not seeing team fights. We're seeing Taliyah find the value, 15 kills worth of value on the Taliyah. And that's just the game plan being torn to pieces right now by UQ LoL of GZ Academy.
Yeah, you question the validity of it when you had this Renekton who probably could have taking it even.
This is really good.
Looking
700
for that
gold. This is a 700 gold shutdown flash. He does have Zhonya's, but he's not going to get it in time.
There it
Heartbreaker
is.
used there. He's transformed into Leah. Maybe they can turn this fight around. Revenite needs to die next. They need more than just one shutdown, though, because they need to turn this into an Atacon. That's the big deal.
Here comes the cavalry.
And he's still to Leah. He's still to Leah. He's going to get knocked up. Call the Forge God coming through. Darkness going to have to flash away from the chompers there. Nox going to flash as well, but he's going to get hooked back in. One reset for King Boomy, and it's lights out. He gets the reset. He's looking for more. Polemos in the backline. They're actually going to deter him as Willy Wonka going to give the second reset to King Boomy. Is he going to the flash forward? King Boomy, not to be deterred, takes out the Crocodile as well. Now they set their sights on Atacon. What started so well for GZ Academy has turned into ruin.
And it was all off the back of, once again, Revenite, I think, making the hero play twice in a row.
He's not done. He's not done. He's going forwards there. Crashdown is good from Zeri there. She's lightning all over the faces of UQ Law, but it's not enough. The lightning got himself in Ornn. He's going to put rocks in her face. And down she goes. Double kill for the Ornn, and the Atacon going over to UQ Law. I think, my friend, that is game.
That has to be game. That's game 2. A great recovery by UQ LOL in this series. They go for the scaling option. They kind of just play macro, and it's those +1s that they were getting across the game. The global presence, as you pointed out by the Talia, every time there was a trade, it was a trade up in favor of someone's life, someone getting chunked out. They were getting more pressure across the map, and most importantly, I think, these objectives going over. Nox is in the area, could look for a steal here, but I don't think he has much else to say. It's just Shine and Nox.
Yeah, he's getting hooked up. He's maybe going to get killed. I think that's going to happen. Down he goes. It's an immediate one-shot there. And they're going to take the soul as well. 6-25 in the kills, 21 minutes in the game. A bloodbath, but a very, very favorable one for UQ LOL.
And it's felt so even for most of this game.
It's weird, right?
Yeah, it's so strange.
Oh, this could be good, actually. Darkness finding a pick on Luke again would be nice. The Zhonya's this time invested. Before he gets one shot, Sheen going to take the kill. No Diego to take over the body, though, so there's no resets really coming through. Jinx maybe gets one, though. Revenite going to knock up the Zerian. Down goes one, down goes two. Revenite wants more. Willy Wonka going to have to escape, but the rest of his team's been blown up. The only member remaining is this Crocodile, and he's very much leashed. As down he goes, yet again rooted up, yet again stunned up, yet again a ram is charging in his face, and down he goes, King Boomy. Bullets in the Renekton, and another kill for him, 10-0 on the Jinx.
Absolutely massive performance here by King Boomy on the Jinx. They're looking for more in this bot side.
God.
Hook is not going to land.
Stunned. Revenite does not have the Q2. The Jinx ult going to be dodged, and Nox going to escape, but what does it even matter?
It just doesn't matter at this point. You've got such a massively fair Jinx, you can't even approach. This is absolutely done. Great bounce back game by UQ LOL. Looks like they're going to back off for one more attempt. There's also just no way you even get to look for a pick at this stage with how UQ LOL are moving around the map. It is just a very standard front to back, so everyone is going to be grouped. And everyone's got Mountain Soul, so good luck. Where is your damage? It's a 2-item Orianna versus a Jinx who can take your entire health bar before you even get close. Ornament's being handed out as well. I don't know if upgrading Yuntal is what you wanted.
Yeah, it's a bit questionable, no? Maybe it is. I trust King Boomy.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the most gold efficient. Maybe it is.
There's another
engagement. Weird like that.
This could be good for GZ Academy. They need reset. So basically their entire win condition is the Diego, and unfortunately their entire win condition has just been one shot. Never mind, Polemos has found a massive angle there. He's doing so much damage. The TB coming through from Revenite. They need to find this play. But Revenite's just one shot the ADC. Down they go. FTR wants more. Willy Wonka has nothing to do apart from stare at the Zorn as he walks out. Revenite gonna fight this though. 1v3. I don't think you want this, my friend. One Jinx reset. It could be different. The shutdown goes onto Renekton though. King Boomy needs to glide this. Well, he doesn't need to. If they just get out now, I think it's still winning for UQ LOL, but Kane goes back in. One reset for Jinx, and this is completely different. Is she going to get it? Sheen going to be the target. That's the reset. Can she run them down? Or an ultimate coming through. Please kill Willy Wonka. That's what Jinx is saying. Down he goes, but she doesn't know where Darkness is. So she's going to leave it behind and go for the inhib instead. And it's 4 members dying on GZ Academy in a play that's about as good as it gets.
That was about as close as they ever got, and it is going to be just the inhibitor taken, so not looking to finish this game right away, just looking to take away more territory. It does feel like UQ LOL, when they're ahead, it's a much scrappier game than what we saw from Ground Zero Academy, where they're more willing to set up traps. It feels like UQ LOL are a team where if they're ahead, it's just teamfight central, and we really get to see what King Boomy on this Jinx can bring to the table, alongside Lacority on this extremely fed mage, and they're pinging the Baron that spawns in 15 seconds. That's probably where we put our stamp on the game, and it's probably going to be one last team fight where maybe Boomy's just aiming for that pentakill.
I'm a bit concerned, though, if I'm UQ LOL, because I think if that team fight is maybe 2,000 gold closer, maybe even less, the Zeri has half more of an item, you're wiped. That was the type of fight that we just watched. In a game where you're 10k gold up, is holding a second. This is not going to be a team fight. It's just a pick. Nox goes down, the hook and the dredge line, and the depth charge going to be used, and he's dead. His Baron goes over, and very soon, I think the Nexus about to go King Boomy.
Absolutely. King Boomy is massive on this Jinx, and as long as it's an ordered fight, it doesn't feel like there's any chance that Ground Zero can win it, and this is going to be, well, you would say it's ordered. It's kind of disorderly if you're looking at it from Ground Zero Academy's side, because it's just a full court press, and you're gonna find out what a Jinx crit feels like.
I don't think you're gonna find out for very long, because the Jinx crit will shortly result in your death thereafter. It'll be a painful last little second though. As Polemos now back alive. Second inhib going to be taken. This is the collapse on the Nexus, though. The crunch comes through. Willy Wonka used the core of the Fury of the Sands already. As here comes the charge. This is an engage. They need to find something here. If they can get a Viego reset, it's maybe good. But Revenite's found 3! And down they all go. King Boomy pumping rockets into the Yone, collapsing on top of them as far as members go down in an instant of time. 26 minutes in, 50 kills in this game, and all of them favoring UQ LOL. The Nexus goes boom. That's it.
39 kills for UQ LOL. All of those little advantages they stacked up while trading across the map have brought them to this point where they had a massive Jinx, they had a Talia who was insanely fed, and FTR, all he had to do was hang on. And it was such a different look for this team. Not something we've seen from them before, where I've talked about countless times. This team feels like they live and die by their lane. They blow people open in the lane, and then they push those advantages from there. This is a very different look where there was pressure on the lanes. There was a Jinx that got fed in mid game, but was kind of struggling up to that point. There was an FDR who was hanging on by the skin of his teeth, and Revenite, I think, was the one standout where he was handily winning his lane in a situation where it felt like it should have been a lot harder, and actually played that Yone very, very well.
He did make a crucial mistake, but the thing that impresses me, that always impresses me about UQ LOL, I mean, we just see in that game, is the clapback. They are a clapback team. They clapback in the tournament, right? They went 0-2 in Swiss. Now they're in Grand Finals. They clapback in that game. Revenite goes solo killed within the first 5 minutes. It's a brutal solo kill at that. And then he full outplays the Orianna down an entire lost chapter. That is how hard he outplayed him. He was able to get the solo kill, able to turn around the game. Maybe that's the turning point in the series. I mean, this is a very different outlook from what we saw game one. Production, I'm not sure if the break is ready yet. They'll tell me in a couple seconds.
Break is ready, yeah.
Break is very ready. Production, The break is ready. So I'm going to go have my break. We're going to have our break. We're going to see you in 5 minutes. We're going to see you for game 3. And man, what a series this is turning out to be. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm feeling disheveled. I'm looking disheveled. I'm feeling great, though. I'm feeling very excited for this next game because we just watched some insane League of Legends. It was such a weird game because it felt close because we're watching these macro trades around the map. And you look at the top and it's like, well, this is a 20, one team's got 39 kills, the other one has 10. It's not actually very close, but it felt close. It's a weird game.
It was really odd because Ground Zero, like I said, they did a great job of doing what I think they needed to do against a scaling composition, which is just push the pace, take away more of the map, make it, try and take it to a point where UQ will have to contest you. But the thing is, we never saw that contest come through. We saw Willy Wonka, I think, overextend too many times on the side lanes with this incredibly strong Renekton where he could have been the member that they were fighting around, but instead I think they got a bit too in their heads about making the macro play and constantly trading up. I mean, yes, you do have a Zeri, you've got an Orianna, so it's not like your comp doesn't scale, but when there's more being taken by UQ Law on the other side, then you're always just going to be losing that trade. Now, we do have a couple of clips because there was some interesting points in this game. They're not the macro points because they make really bad clips, but we do have the first one, which is the kind of a sick kill. Revenite was a big star of that game, as we'll hopefully switch to that soon. We got the solo kill.
This was crazy. This caught me off guard.
This was sick. So Revenite gets the shield and then just flashes the Orianna Q. Now I'm just going to quickly pause this one here. This is, I think, the play that really started to blow the game open. The big thing here, Revenite, massive advantage to that mid lane, is able to move first. And this play is basically already done because Lucario is so fed that he gets this massive shove here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And then it's just everyone is low. But you can see here, makes the first rotation. Revenite gets the massive ultimate across. Basically handily wins the team fight alongside Lucario. And Willy Wonka, who had an early advantage, was pretty much nullified from that point onwards, where FTR was very much back in the game. This one was also, this was a late game fight. You can see 23 minutes. Actually a good one for Ground Zero Academy. And an example of what they could have done if they had pushed the pace, pushed to get those fights earlier. But unfortunately, at this point, the wallets were too big. They had been drowned out of this game, and King Boomy in particular was massive. But it was an interesting set of decision. I think this was a very cerebral game, probably more cerebral than we're used to seeing at this level of play. But it's how the game was played, and UQ LOL, I think they played well, but they're also kind of given it in a macro sense.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think a big factor of League, like you hear people often say that fights are decided before they happen, and that game was a positioning diff. Like the game was broken by a fight that shouldn't have happened. We watched that fight in the river. It's 3 to 4 kills. The game state's fine. That fight happens. The game state is completely disastrous, and it's that simple. We saw this in the first game as well. In the first game, it happened 2 minutes, like 2 or 3 minutes in the Tribush and bot side. That fight shouldn't have happened. Obviously, there were some other factors at play there. There was a slow jungle or whatever. All right. It's the same situation where there's fights happening that shouldn't happen. It breaks the game open, and from there, it's a slow bleed out. And that game was more of a cerebral bleed out, as you say. It's weird to say that in a game with 50 kills, but it was. It was a slower, weird game, but it was just a bleed out. They just bled out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the big point I wanted to say is that it felt like there was a lot of hesitation where they did have Polymos and King Boomy on the exact same items. You pointed this about midway through the game. Everyone was on even footing. So a fight probably would have gone fine for Ground Zero Academy if they were the ones initiating it correctly, if they had the vision set up, if they had Willy Wonka in position to find the backline and lock down Boomy. But that fight just never eventuated. And there's a lot we can credit UQ LOL for, that they were making the proactive plays when they were trading off in a macro sense, that they were trading tier 3 at one point for tier 3 on the other side of the map. But the difference was that Luca already showed up and was able to wall in and then blow up a target with the Talia. So really well played. Hopefully we see that game was close. It was weird.
Yeah,
it was definitely weird.
I'm expecting to see a little bit different next game, I think. One of the big things for me as well, if we're talking about reasons that game goes wrong, we touch on this in the actual game itself. You touched on this. We talk about, hey, what's the game plan that GZ Academy have? They're playing this cerebral side lane game versus they didn't adapt their game plan, right? Because Luke gets ridiculously fed on the Talia coming in. that's a very strong global presence. It's able to shut down your sideline plays. So if you're trying to trade objectives around the map, this thing can move to you in a matter of instance, turn a fight from a 3v3 into a 3v4, and it's ridiculously fed. So it's just a really tough way to play. You need to be forcing team fights, particularly versus a scaling comp, when you're in a situation where you can. And that situation existed for about 15 minutes in that game, and then they missed the opportunity, and it no longer existed. And when they tried it was too late.
And that's the thing, right? When it comes to scaling in League of Legends, 2 items versus 2.5 items is pretty much the exact same power level. It's not until that 3rd item comes through and the big spike comes through, particularly for champions like Jinx or a crit builder like Yone, where that opportunity window closes. So didn't quite seize the opportunity. I do also think that the Rakan in this draft was a bit weird. It kind of hit
I agree.
a brick wall with the Into the Nautilus, which felt like it stifled a bit of the playmaking, which I think Darkness is so notable for in a lot of their wins. I do think I want to see the Alistair come out in this Game 3 draft, so we'll see if that remains on the ban table, because that's a big tool that remains in the belt of Darkness. If he can get his hands on it, maybe we see Shine bring back the Yasuo. Also, while we're waiting for the draft to kick off, do we want to go with Sheen or Shine? Because I think Sheen sounds like the
brand.
Name.
I'm down to say Shine.
I like Shine. And it's because it's EI, which like makes me think of that, like the German.
Yep, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, better. And he's also a star, and he shines. He's a star.
Shining star. He actually was pretty damn good in that game 1 on the Lucian. Hopefully,
it was solo kill as well in the last game. It was pretty brutal. That was pretty fast. It was a nice little punish.
Yeah,
can't be underestimated.
Took away the Orianna as well, so Fearless format means we don't get to see that in the hands of Revenite. We don't get to see that in Shine's hands anymore. So,
it's
we are
interesting to me that when you take away Orianna, one of the big junglers that's open, one of the big open question marks, we saw Nox play this in the last series we watched of GZ Academy, is Nocturne. Nocturne's a big jungler. Nox likes to play. It's a full clearing jungler. It's very much in his wheelhouse. They paired Orianna with Rakan. Nocturne is now weaker because Orianna doesn't exist, so you can't pair it with the Nocturne. So Nocturne, one of the biggest AD farming junglers left, really good at skirmishing, doesn't have that quintessential Nocturne pairing that you usually like to play it with. Interesting little factor going into this next draft. Speaking of the next draft, we need to talk about it.
Talk about we do.
Jungle specifically is an important thing. We still haven't seen the Maokai. And top lane, I'm interested in. Obviously, bot was a bit spicy that game, but top lane I'm interested in because we've seen 2 docile top lane matchups. I'm interested to see what they've got cooked up.
Yeah, and I think the Aurelia ban probably stays. It's a question of whether either side is willing to play the Gwen. I think that at this stage, if we haven't seen it, we probably just are not going to see it for the rest of the series. The Jax still remains open. I think that the brand is probably the next consideration you have when you are UQ LoL facing up against Nox. The Nocturne, yes, I think is gone. The other thing that's interesting is that with the Rel taken away from that first series, from the first game rather, we no longer get the opportunity to play things like Misfortune as comfortably. So it's Alistair Misfortune, maybe.
Don't like it.
Yes, it's a hard counter if you do pick it up, and it kind of makes it less comfortable to play the Misfortune. But it is a knock-up. It is set up. It can work. We've certainly
Darkness
seen
can
it
play
work.
it. That's the thing.
Yeah. And there's also things like Braum, of course, which are a consideration when you're facing against a Misfortune. So Fearless is an interesting thing like that, where it shuts out a bunch of picks. And I do agree. I think Nocturne, outside of things like the Aurora pairing, the Syndra, which isn't quite as meta these days, you're really not willing to play the Knockwave. So,
is that what it's named? The Nocturne Orianna, the Knockwave.
That's the official name.
I'm still that.
I heard I heard a caster say it. I think it was on the LTA cast, and it's really good. So I'm
stealing it. Next time that there's a Nocturne Orianna combo that lands, I'll be calling it the Knockwave. That's a great little play on words. That's in the Twee TV book now. I don't actually
probably not going to see it. We're not too far out from draft.
No, it shouldn't be long.
I have to imagine there's a lot of conversation in these teams about what the draft even looks like for them heading into this game, because this is a very interesting look for UQ LoL. Not something we've seen before. I touched on it in the post game of that game too. Scaling team fight. I mean, we know they team fight. We haven't seen them play scaling to this extent before.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think another thing to consider as well is we are at least locked into one more after this. So in terms of Fearless, we're going to start more and more scraping the bottom of the barrel if we aren't already. I think you're right about the Kane. Like, if there is a game to bring out Kane, could be this one.
Ooh.
It could be this one.
I don't know if I want it though, unless we're putting FTR once again on tank duty, and I believe
like that.
he does. I don't know, like he does play Cassante, I believe. Cassante is definitely not as potent as he was in the past, but he is still an option. We've seen it. There is also things like Scion, so it's there, and if you leave the Jace open, then Scion's a decent answer. So far, I think the Jace has been pretty much perma-banned, which has felt a bit...
Usually banned right now.
Usually banned here. Which has classically been... There we go, so Xin Zhao once again.
Should see a Vi if we're sticking to what we had last game.
We shall see. Lacority Vi could be an issue. It is interesting that we're not willing to play the Jace at this stage for either team.
This is different. This is slightly different. So they could still opt for the exact same bans. They're in a different order though. So it's already a little bit of jousting in the draft.
All right. What do you take away here? Because
Is
there is going to be the Jace.
I'm going to sleep.
So I sleep. All right. So Jace taken away means that we can discard the conversation about Scion, any sort of tank pick. We could look for the Jax handshake here, and
it's the
FTR.
same. And GG.
I think you slam Jax here.
I think so too, right? It's got to be the best first pick left open. Or Gwen if you're feeling it. A Zia first pick is weird.
That is odd. That is really odd. I don't know what that opens the door for. You could play some sort of front to back nonsense with a Braum if you want to go in that direction. That's not a hard counter to Azir. It could still go top.
It's a fairly common trade in the Eastern regions. So in the Eastern regions, they like to play Aurora versus Azir. They'll pick this in game 1 or 2 though, because they like those champs a lot more. As Ezreal picked up as well, this is quite a very safe draft already from GZ Academy. It's very good at disengage, very good at playing slow.
It's a good denial away from King Boomy as well. One of the more standard counters to the Aurora that's always existed has been the Ezreal, because you just hop out of the Between Worlds. There's the Jhin. Okay, I like this into the Ezreal. Yeah. I would have liked it if there was a Rakan in the game, because I think Jhin just squashes Rakan, but it doesn't do too badly if you're not willing to play Kai'Sa, and
that's the Maokai that we wanted to see.
There it is. So, good into the Ezreal. Really, really good into the Ezreal. Gives you a lot of setup. You can throw down the Maokai ultimate into a Streamer Shuffle by Revenite, who has been kind of on fire. The hot hands definitely are there. So, you can see how this works. All of those R buttons pressed at once alongside the Jhin, and a target will die. The problem is that now you have an Alistar who gets to press R and nullify all of that.
I like this Alistar pick a lot, because oftentimes what you'll see, at least in this level, if someone picks Alistar, you pick Sylas. Because Sylas with Alistar ultimate is ridiculously good. You cannot afford to do that right now if you're UQ LoL.
No.
2 reasons. First of all, you're blinding it, because it has to go top realistically. And second
FTR
of all,
has played Sylas.
Yeah, so he can play it, right? But the second big problem is it's too much AP. At the point where you pick Sylas, you got Maokai, Azir, Sylas. I think Jhin is solo AD damage. It's a tough game. So Alistar pick up here makes a lot of sense. Nico and Pantheon, the next 2 bans.
It is hard. You don't have a lot of tank builders outside of the Alistar, and I think Jhin solo AD is one of the better ones to be solo AD, especially in this day and age where he goes for more of the lethality look, gets shut down a little bit less. But I think you are getting your consistent damage from the Azir if he gets the chance to stand and bang. So I am not hating it. The Karma ban is a bit odd, alongside the Nico ban.
Gwen taken away.
Gwen? That would be a lot of AP.
What's that prompt? So Bess is still open. That's the interesting part to me. Gwen's gone and Bess is open. That's the power pick that I'd be looking for. Rumble's up as well, but Willy Wonka doesn't like to play that. No,
and Poppy is not an option into the Ambassador either. Yeah. So you could go really weird with it and go for one of those sort of Vex Anivia type counters.
There we go.
There's the Nocturne Aurora.
There's Nocturne Oriana. Oh, sorry, Nocturne Aurora.
Yeah, that is one of the pairings we do see when the Orion is available. So it's really good at locking down a single target, especially if you've got an ulting Jhin who you have vision on. There is I think at this stage, expected Braum.
Stock standard, yeah.
Yeah, and it asks you a question of what you grab on this B5, because you know you're giving up counter pick. So do you just go standard tank? Maybe you just grab the Scion here anyway.
I think if you pick tank, you're opening yourself up to all sorts of naughtiness. Like, you can play Kale or something if you're Willy Wonka, if you versus tank.
Jax
You have to
is
play
still
something
there.
with some aggressiveness. Has to have
Jax.
lethality behind it. It's the Ambessa. There we go.
Wow.
That's a good blind. Can't play versus that. There's nothing that really counterpicks it. Renekton's gone. It's the big one. So what do you play as Willy Wonka? You can't really pick scaling. Can't pick a tank. It's a bit tough.
I think the Jax on the other side also feels pretty comfortable. It's
Hard
diving
matchup.
into a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, diving into a Braum, which is not great. Obviously, Counter-Strike has less
Ooh!
value. That
That is awesome. That is awesome. That is objectively awesome. Okay, Fiora
Wow.
versus Ambessa in the top lane is sick. Let's go. I've been wanting to see this all series, man. Two absolute throwdown champions in top lane, and they're going to be fighting each other till their last breath.
Oh, that is sick, and it has so many angles to use that Counter Strike so effectively as well. The riposte so effectively into things like the Maokai, the Braum fourth proc of the concussive blows, even
I'm sitting up for this one.
Even a Jin W. So a lot to be said here about Willy Wonka picking this champion. Something we see a lot of our more aggressive top laners love to pick up. I want to cast your mind back to the days of Blue. I mean, that's kind of what Willy Wonka feels like, if I'm honest. This is a tier 2 top laner who is willing to just scrap all the time and will play like an absolute psychopath.
Oh, it makes my heart so happy seeing a Fiora in this game. Fiora is a champion that I love seeing in professional play because they're so good at it, man. They're so good at Fiora. And it's such a pretty champion when piloted to the highest level. So hopefully we get to see Willy Wonka show off on that. It falls out of meta, though, because it is so reliant on being lane dominant and winning side lane. And that's just not really how this works in League anymore. But maybe Willy Wonka, he'll show us.
Yeah, not really. And the other question you have is around this Nox Nocturne. As
Just fighting
Willy
already,
Wonka's going to find Liquority. He's going to do some damage. Do we actually continue this trade? Willy Wonka is sticking around.
It's
You
interesting.
certainly
to me.
lose level 1 here for UQ LoL.
Yeah. This is a bit of a bot lane cheese here. King Boomy needs to respect it. He will.
Now, the big question I was going to have is around this Nocturne, because you talk about how Willy Wonka needs to be ahead. He needs to be on the front foot to do as much damage as possible on this Fiora. And he doesn't really have the jungle that's going to enable him to do that. Whereas Liquority finally on that Maokai has the early game agency, I think, can actually set this Ambessa up for success. And he's actually getting invaded on the top side. This is a split map.
This is really cool. I think this has got to favor UQ LoL, though, right? Has to.
I think so. The matchup is relatively even, you have to think, in the early going. It's going to be a question of whether
Level 2 timer.
the Nocturne, nicely played by Willy Wonka, so FTR is on the back foot early going. It's going to be a question of what Nocturne can do with his level 4. If he can do the full clear split map and then get towards the top side and play off maybe a wave bounce by Willy Wonka on the top side, then that lane is over.
It's true.
But then if you counterattack on the bot side, then you probably feel pretty good getting his Jhin ahead. So FDR tasked with staying safe, and the Liquority and Maokai, Liquority on the Maokai, tasked with finding some early impact. Willy Wonka is just taking away
my God,
plays.
he's just taking it. I think the thing that makes me happy about this is we see a heavy trade on top already. FTR, I think he overplayed a little bit there. You don't really want to force extended trades after your cooldowns are down in most situations. But the thing that makes me happy about this is, as we just saw, Ambessa is one of the best champions in the game on the weak side. So if you're playing split map versus Ambessa, she's so hard to dive. She's so good at taking aggressive trades. Is the battle going to be procced here? Willy Wonka, can he get the solo kill? To flash forward, get the kill. They're both on 1 HP. FTR is cooldowns back though. If he gets W, he's going to get the solo kill here. I think Willy Wonka has to play it out. He knows Ambessa can just win in a cooldown extended battle. Is he going to greed for the vital though? I don't think he
can't.
Holy crap, this is so unbelievably volatile on top.
The level up comes through. Nox is up towards the top side. FTR has to know this is a split map. He cannot do this.
He's dead. I think he's dead. He has to crash the wave. He's going to die on the freeze here. If he dies right now, it is completely game over. Nox is going to get the kill. It's the parry that takes it, and Willy Wonka gets first blood on a freeze.
It's a disaster. It's a disaster on the top side. Literally 3 ranged minions. Perfect freeze. He might have trimmed that wave a bit, actually.
He's got TP.
Tell us what's going to come down.
Oh, is he there in time? This might be the saving grace. Willy Wonka screwed up his wave management just slightly. It's a regank. It's absolute nightmare fuel for the Ambassador here. Is he going to die, though? He may be able to play this 1v2 stars, but Q though. So you got to be very careful. That's Q1 there. Has Q2. He can play this fight. His cooldown's going to come back a little bit slower. Nox has overplayed his hands here. The big problem is they're going to lose tempo in mid lane. Look at Luke. He's already level 4. 27 farm ganking Shine in mid.
Oh, wait.
Trader. Is he dead? He has the E. One more auto. The Vital proc is going to heal him. The W's too good. And it's on a crash this time. He does have the TP, but that is top lane completely salvaged. And Luke has gone up in the jungle.
Nox is looking for more on the top side. Lacordi is taking away more of this jungle away from Nox. He's forced to recall on a ward. The CS difference is massive, and that is not a great wave for FTR, who doesn't have the teleport. So, all said and done, Willy Wonka, I think, walks away.
Ooh, that's a good trade.
Feeling
very
great.
Good dodge on the parry as well. I mean, this is so good up here. There's Maokai's here as well. There's no parry in Fiora. She's overplayed it. It's a flash forward, the Bramble Smash. Maybe it's going to save him. No! Willy Wonka gets the first kill. Is he going to escape with his life? Parry coming back in a matter of seconds. There's no jungler here to save him. He's going to play the 1v2. Does he have the damage? The healing is so good. The Vital proc is enough. And down goes the Maokai 1v2. Willy Wonka, what has just happened?
It's just a hands check in the top lane, and FTR Lacordi found wanting by Willy Wonka. They had to fix the wave, and they just could not do it. FTR goes down, and then Lacordi, I think he was trying to play the red burn, maybe play his cooldowns, but he just had absolutely nothing left. And Wonka, as soon as he hit the vitals, Q cooldown's way too short. He doesn't even have to do anything else. It's just straight in with the Q, gets the kills. Revenite,
Willy Wonka could have had the Vital spawn closest to the wall there, by the way. That was a 1 in 2 chance that Willy Wonka loses that. The Vital that spawned was the one that wasn't hugging the wall. It was the one facing Willy Wonka. It could have been the one closest to the wall that Maokai was hugging. Luke isn't wrong to play that fight. It's just a 1 in 2 chance, and he rolled the dice wrong.
Oh, it's so rough, because you could see as soon as the Vital spawned, he had to back away.
Yeah.
But he just was overcommitted to the fight, trying to play for his Q cooldown, I imagine, and then just did not have it. So it's a disaster in the top lane. I would love to see, hey Kale, if you press the X button, how boned is FTR?
Oh, 1,000 gold in 6 minutes is bad. That's really bad. Oh man, that's tough.
And it's going to be a Tiamat picked up as well, so the wave just goes wherever.
Oh, there is a shuffle here. Revenite does have ultimate, but Sheen, I can't say. I'm gonna keep saying Sheen because it's what my brain reads. I'm very sorry. I know we decided on Shine. Sheen is just going to use his own ultimate. Azir didn't invest his, though. So that is a big deal. It is an ultimate for no ultimate in the mid lane.
Really nicely played. So Revenite is going to have that opportunity later on. Dragon has spawned as well. So the rest of the map is relatively neutral. Relatively. There's actually a slight CS lead for the Jhin. It's just this top lane that is a bit of a disaster. Now, the thing about this Ambessa champion is that, yes, she really does want to have items online in the mid game to, you know, kind of like actually be able to play the game. But she does still have an ultimate. So if you're willing to put your body on the line and just dive in there and maybe set up some Braum procs, then there is a way that Zambessa can play the game. It's just not going to be super ideal.
Yeah. I think the biggest question for me is how much are we going to hemorrhage? Like, Willy Wonka, he's already claimed his first plate of the game. He's getting strong-sided too. Nox is on the top side of the map. He does have his ultimate, though. Azir, I don't think, is in any danger. He even stops to take the long route, take the cannon away. They're going to take Drake on the bottom side of the map. Willy Wonka is going to walk and proxy the next wave, though. So this is what I'm talking about. Top is just going to hemorrhage gold, and Willy Wonka gets so much tempo while they take the Drake.
It's so tough. Now, Drake does get taken, so yes, it's something, but it's not going to be a whole lot if this game continues at this pace, and if Willy Wonka just gets even bigger. And Fiora is not a champion who can teamfight, but
not very well, yeah.
Fiora with a massive lead, she can teamfight pretty well. She can get away with it.
This is a 4v4. Nox are not going to go through there. Aurora over the side that does not have the in-between worlds. That's a big deal. Alistar going to tank the Jhin damage, though. I think this fight is very winning. If you are GZ Academy, just want to run them down. The Fiora ultimate not going to get the kill. Unfortunately, for the Azir player, Aurora is. And that's very good for GZ Academy. They're not done yet, though. Willy Wonka does have the slow. The fight going to continue playing out a little bit longer. But I think that's going to be it. FTR on the right side there doesn't want to play this fight. It's a 1v3. Has to flash away before the Alistar can get the headbutt off. And it's just bad from UQ LOL. Just plain and simple.
Just can't do it. And Willy Wonka wants more. He's just chasing FTR away. That was an engage before the Grubs had spawned. So
That was without
just
vision, by the way.
bodyguarding.
That Q over the wall from Willy Wonka is he's managed to parry the ultimate there. James, he's 1v3, he's riposted backwards as well. He almost riposted the Ambessa after she dashed there. That is such a good mechanic right there. As Darkness now forced to run away, doesn't have the riposte now, does Fiora. King Boomy gonna flash forward, try to proc the Brawn passive, but the flash from Darkness is good enough, and they're gonna get nothing for their investment.
Absolutely nothing taken, so I don't think they quite even have the health bar with the tempo coming out of base from Ground Zero Academy. They are not going to have the chance to get these grubs. Maybe just the one. Actually, no, this is decent timing for the Maokai.
Yeah.
Who has gone for the AP version, so he does clear these relatively quickly. It might be a bit of a 2-for-1 trade.
He's gonna get
No
spotted
smite,
out
though.
though. I think Nox has smite, right? He can just take the 500 HP one with his smite, unless the Maokai is able to steal it. He does exactly that. Smites forward, flashes on Luke. He has his own flash, but he's gonna have to invest it and lose both grubs. As Sheen now is here, he's a little bit overextended for my liking. The support on UQ LOL a little bit later than Darkness, and as of that, the grub's gonna be taken away by Nox. And now I think this fight not going to break out because UQ LOL understands it's just so unfavorable. The lane swap is good though. FTR does get space on the bot side.
Get some space, get some plates. We'd love to see how much of that gold lead has been equalized, if anything. We'll see that in the items very shortly, because Fiora is pretty good at taking towers.
Yeah, it's a 1.2 thousand lead for Fiora.
That's rough. So this keeps happening, Twee. Each time, I look at the map state and I go, oh, UQ LOLs don't have tempo to do this. And then they start doing it, and I think, oh, maybe they actually do, and I'm wrong. No, it turns out that they don't have the tempo to do this. So what we're learning about UQ LOL is they love to just burger flip sometimes.
Just criminals, man. Just running around committing heists.
A little bit of tempo terrorism.
Yeah. We'll see if it pays off. I mean, obviously it's worked to get them to this far, but GZ Academy looking like the toughest opponents they've faced yet, and it's no shock. Willy Wonka, first item online, and it's Ravenous Hydra. So any hope of trading in top lane, just, you can banish that thought.
Absolutely dissipates. Highest lifesteal item in the game, I believe, at this point.
Yeah.
He
missed the Q as well. It's a beautiful
trades.
little side set there from Willy Wonka. You see that? I mean, it's not that important, but the backstep, I'm fanboying over it.
He's pretty good at the video game. As this is going to be another plate going down.
You can just do this.
Bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
This is like the Mundo game. This is exactly Mundo, but, you know, with a sword instead of a cleaver.
It's the same basic idea. It's just infinite resources, right? You cannot ever make that thing reset. If you take a good trade, it just heals it all the way back.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. This is what we've seen Willy Wonka do to multiple people throughout this tournament at this stage. Play literally under their tower.
Oh, he's dead. The parry's good.
No way.
I think he's just going to die, though.
FTR.
FTR has just punished this man for just an immeasurable amount of greed. Just immeasurable.
That was absurd.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's good. That is really good, though.
I don't know. So that was a weird parry mechanic. Because it looked like are there two parts to the Ambessa ultimate?
Okay. So Ambessa can choose the direction of her dash after she ults. Ambessa will teleport behind you. What I think happened is that she teleports behind Willy Wonka and then dashes to the left. Yeah. Straight away. Yeah. Instant dash. Okay. So he actually animation canceled it, which is pretty nice mechanic. I don't know how you do that. I think it's a very frame precise click. But it's pretty nice mechanic there from FTR to not get stunned.
I didn't know you could do that on Ambessa. I'm glad you're here. So, really nice play by FTR. Does manage to get a kill back for himself. Now, the rest of the map, as we've kind of touched on, is relatively even. Yes, I mean, there's a 2-kill Aurora, but it's not the disaster that we're seeing in the top lane. However, there is a fight.
Twisted Advance used, and Maokai's just one-shot immediately. The Nocturne, the Darkness, apparently, a little bit more powerful than a couple roots coming from you. And that would make some sense, as Nox has the Stride Breaker. And that's a strong Nocturne. The proxying now from Willy Wonka, just relentless.
Lots of Tiamat items from the side of Ground Zero Academy. Polymesk could build one, just for good measure. It's going to be a Drake traded over. So my initial point was that the rest of the map was playable. With Nox having that Stride Breaker completed and having crested the level 6 mark, it kind of does become a little bit harder, because now when you overstep, there's a Nocturne who can just appear on top of you. Sometimes, and I don't think he even needs to go top at this point. Yeah. So you've got a Nocturne who just patches the holes in the rest of the team.
This could be good. Alistar does have ultimate, though, so I don't think there's much play here. It's a nice attempt from a Bush Cheese, but my biggest question, right, how do you win UQ LOL? I'm thinking maybe we have to play a team fight, but you've got a 3-0 Aurora. on the side of GZ Academy that's going to just punch you in the face. Bot is not winning through side. We can see that potently at the moment. King Boomy just taking all his HP. He's actually going to die to the True Shot Barrage if he gets hit. Barriers respectfully, but I think there's a bit of a waste. He's in the mid side. This is just a solo kill, right? Revenant maybe going to go down. Barely lives. No Nocturne ultimate to follow up. Willy Wonka's found the angle onto Luke. Tries to parry the Bramble Smash. Is unsuccessful because Luke, frankly, missed. That's okay. There's a flash forward there from Sheen, trying to predict where Revenite was. Off vision, I might add. That's a bit of a psychopathic flash. Here comes the Ambassador ultimate, just spell shitted by Nox. Disdainful from GZ Academy. You try to throw anything at them, they're just going to throw it back at you tenfold. At the same time, at the bot lane, Polymos has taken out the enemy Jhin under the tower. Darkness now coming forward. Kane going to go next. No Braum Shield going to save you from this bullet, son. As down he goes. Darkness now used defensively. Never mind, aggressively. Tree going to get cut down in the bot side jungle as FTR versus the Bunny in mid. Not looking favorable for him. At the same time, top is completely open. I take it back. He's going for the all-in. He's just put him to sleep.
Okay.
Down goes Aurora. FTR is the king of making plays when he has no right.
Okay, all right, FTR. One shining spot for UQ LoL. The rest of the map is very much falling apart, though, and it's just plays being made aggressively across the map, and I think this is the difference. FTR might be looking here. I don't know if he wants this
There's an Alistar on the bush, man. He's trampling you, and you're going to go down. The flash is followed immediately. Polemos is going to get the kill. This is so important. The Jinol is really good. The peel, the Avengers arrive. Here they go. Can they win the fight? The full shot misses. Nox going to go down the shutdown on Ambessa. That's a big deal. 15 minutes in the game. FTR is putting the team on his back.
FTR is trying so hard to make this one competitive, and he is closing that gold gap on the Ambessa. They could look for a dive here.
It's a twisted advance coming through. Luke, he does have the ultimate. It's going to land on both of them. It's just going to kill the Ezreal on his tracks. Stopped on the tracks. The Bramble Smash. Down he goes as well. It's a double kill. What is going on? 6-9. The game is even. Oh, not quite. So I take it back.
It's so close, though. It's 4K. I mean, it looked like a disaster in this early game, and they have made this one competitive against all odds. And FTR, give that man the top proof on us, because he has just been... I don't know if he...
No way.
No, I don't think Red Knight wins this. I think he just wants to do some damage and back away. Just make it an even trade. But they're trading off on the bot side. They might be getting this tower. I was going to criticize UQ LoL because I think they picked this Maokai and just... They didn't do anything with it. They had so much focus on trying to sort of plug the holes in top lane, try and find some counterplays with the Maokai, and I felt that they were sacrificing too much of the rest of the map. Like, at what point do you just decide FTR is on weak side? But it seems like they weren't willing to make that choice. But now, a couple of picks, a couple of plays, I feel like they might be back in this one.
There's 3 people here. He has used the Grand Duelist challenge there. It's going to be a successful challenge at that. Does miss the parry as Kane does have the ult. He's just one-shot the guy. It's a fast Fiora combo, and he's made full work of FTR. Darkness going to come through. Paranoia enough to take down the Braum, and man, we were just... Every time we praise someone, they immediately die.
Just immediately. Willy Wonka says, FTR, you've had your time in the sun. Now it's my turn, and just dances on FTR and his support.
I don't remember who the king is. I think King Boomy's dead here. Speaking of the king, yep, we're going to need a new one. Any heirs that we know of? We should inform them, because they're now next in line.
We need the prince. Prince
Boomy? In fact. I think that's a good shuffle there. Willy Wonka just going to queue back over the wall. Force flash out of Revenite. Willy Wonka is running circles around this UQ LoL roster. Polemos the one going to pick up the kill, though. He's looking so aggressive here. Looking like Diablo with his positioning up in the front line of the enemy team. Polemos going to try and make his way out. He has his whole team backing up with it. FTR on the right side there. Heroes 1 HP. They can play this fight. Look at the EW there. It's a double cast from FTR, and he's used it to maximum effect, taking out Polemos. Beautiful mechanics on the Ambessa. The Alistar ultimate is only so good, only so much damage it can tank, and I think only so long. For this world are you, and down you go.
All right. I would say Punisher the overextension. It didn't really feel like one. I believe that was it was a teleport committed by FTR to pick up a bunch of kills. So once again, tilt-proof honors definitely belong to this guy. What can they get off this, though? It feels like it was a play that just kind of stabilized things, but didn't really get themselves anywhere back into being into this game. You can see that gold lead has slightly extended by about 2k from when we last checked in. And speaking of the gold lead, oh my god, that's a top gap.
Yeah. And it's crazy as well, because the way that Willy Wonka's invested it is to an Eclipse. He's gone Ravenous Hydra Eclipse. This is not the Fiora build. To be clear, you do not do that. You do not go Ravenous Hydra Eclipse. You go Ravenous Hydra into, I'm going to hold this thought because there's a fight happening. And here it looks very big. They're trying to connect on King Boomy there. Willy Wonka going to be first target to fall with an in-between worlds. It's connected with 3 FTR in the backline. Here comes the curtain call, and it's lights out for Darkness. 2 for 2 so far, and that's actually all you can hope for UQ LOL. They secure the Drake because they're bandits, and they're going to make their way out. Willy Wonka not able to find much value there. It's what we talk about. If you're in the team fight, you can have 2,000 gold, but the Ambessa going to do our damage, and you're just not able to kill King Boomy, and that's it.
Yeah, we saw one of the impacts of having this sort of Thunderdome setup by Shine. There's no way, so this player is going to have to disperse unless they look for a pick on Lacorgi.
Luke, I think, is overplayed as well here. Polemos going to do so much damage to him. Willy Wonka might chase him down. Doesn't have the flash, though, so I think Luke is out.
There we go. So one of the impacts... Oh, wait, no, never mind.
Yeah, you can hold this thought, honestly. I don't think the gods want you to have this thought. As Revenant's looking for a massive shuffle. It's 2! Flash and Q, and that's actually not very massive at all. A bit overhyped there. They just walk out.
A couple of resources drawn out. Now, back to the thought, which was, if you are fighting at a choke point, if you throw down the Thunderdome that Shine is able to do with the Between Worlds, you do give the chance for the fight to be clumped up. And I think the big thing there was Revenite was able to get a lot of value. He had his lethal tempo fully procced. He was just wailing away. And yes, the wallet diff was kind of on display, but you can kind of see how a winning fight can start to look. And this is why I have some concerns about Lacorgi's build, but he has gone for this second item, Knight's Vow. So the tankiness is coming in, and I think that's what they need. They need time to get this Maokai to a point where he can survive after the initial engage, give their carries time to do work, give time for the curtain call to open up, and this game can be one that they can win through team fighting. They just need time, and they need items.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to get the time, though, because the objective fight does seem to be forced here. Nox is going to start up the Herald. If they can get this down, they can open up the game a little bit quicker. The biggest thing is the standing gold has already been claimed by GZ Academy, right? They're 5k gold in the lead. That's the last outer turret going down. So Willy Wonka has just picked up the last remaining standing gold. Herald is now really only used for breaking the base. It's a bit awkward to use it. Atakan's really the objective you want. Not sure how you're going to get this Herald down.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a foreplay, drop the Herald, use that to give yourself the space, but potential pick here. You definitely don't want to look for the engage onto Willy Wonka at this stage of the game.
STR is fighting Atakan. I see. He's known for his crazy 1v1s, but I don't think Atakan is necessarily the one you want, particularly when it's a 1v2. And Nocturne going to come through. That's the Ambessa going down. I wonder if that's actually the Atakan going over to the side of GZ Academy.
There's going to be some recalls coming out. Looks like Nox is sticking around, so he might be staying to hit it, maybe teleport in for the play.
Oh my god, 6,008. They're going to do it, bro. Luke has ults. He does have smite as well. He's in the pit right now. They don't really have a way of getting him out. He's just going to sit there and look at it. They don't have vision, though. 3,000 HP left, 3,600 HP left. The Twisted Advance landed on Fiora. The Spell Immune is good, but the Brawl Ultimate is better. Fiora forced out of the pit, 1,300 HP. It's going to be a flip, and it's taken away by Nox. Here comes the Curtain Call doing no damage. It's on the Alistar. Revenite has so much space in the backline, and Willy Wonka not able to engage in this fight at all. So Darkness is going to have to run away, but he's not going to be able to. Bramble Smash is enough, followed up by Revenite's damage, and down he goes. Nox is trying to play the game, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Kane is on his back, and Revenite's going in. He doesn't have flash, but he does have ult. Polemos trying to get something done as FTR 1v1ing Willy Wonka on the bottom side of the map. I don't think anything's going to come from this so far. Sheen doesn't have ult to engage. Polemos has nothing to follow up here. Kane going to be the target. Does have his own flash. Does Polemos if he wants to continue his play, but I don't think it's going to happen. Herald now. Maybe to chase the fight. Is this going to continue? King Boomy's in the front line. I don't think he wants to look at Willy Wonka's position on the flank there. The Sharina Shuffle is not good enough to save you from the waiting arms of death. FTR on the backline. It's Willy Wonka and Nox versus 4. And they like those odds as King Boomy going to go down. Down he goes. Triple kill for Willy Wonka. And it's a series of 1v1s for the Grand Duelist. She will win those every day of the week, even on a Friday. And that's exactly what GZ Academy are doing in this game. That is it.
Willy Wonka with the deep flank, with the Fiora, just takes command of this game and just... It's a full flank into a quadra kill. What more can you want from this player on the Fiora? You were hyped to see it. I think we all were. And this is very much the expected result when you put Willy Wonka on a champion like this. I have to say, this was a more competitive one I was thinking we would see out of UQ LOL. They've made it closer than it felt like it should have been, but with this Herald, this feels like it has to be the game.
Oh, that tower died. That's a lot of damage. Is that buffed?
That's decent. No, they actually nerfed it for the second charge, but
I see. Well,
apparently it was just enough.
I think they might need a bit more of enough. That was a big one shot there. Interesting.
Yep, I think we're looking at the victory march here for Ground Zero Academy. This is going to be a dragon that gets taken pretty much for free.
Gold in top, by the way. Just,
yeah,
just a little thing.
Pretty chunky.
A little bit. Yeah, dragon.
There is basically no world where you don't win this game from here. I think it has to be a massive fumble. So, I think as far as UQ LoL probably feel, I think heading out of this game, the top lane was a disaster, but FTR had some good moments. So you probably walk away feeling okay. That maybe if a couple of plays went your way, maybe if a Vital had spawned differently, then you would have had a better time.
Yeah, it's crazy that the game can literally be decided by that. I mean, Fiora's 2-2 there instead of 3-1. If the 50-50 goes differently, and it just didn't. And Willy Wonka, he's not going to let you get away with those chances, man. He's going to take it to the fullest. Here comes a Darkness Engage. It's actually going to collapse on the Jhin there. He's just going to get out. I don't know if his paranoia is getting its value. Definitely going to take the inhib away. That might be good as FTR trading on the bot side. Fiora's not in this fight, so if they do want to take the fight, it might be now. Curtains are called. Darkness can be the first target. Twisted Advance coming through. Darkness not losing any HP. Still has the Alistar ultimate there, but he goes investing it. In between worlds is ready, so I don't think this is the target you want. Aurora down to half HP, but she just bounces out on one sliver of HP. I take it back. I thought she was fine. She, in fact, barely was. As Willy Wonka on the mid-wave, just going to shove that in, and they get nothing and just lose more.
It was so close. This is exactly that 10k gold lead in effect, because Revenite just full sent, just hitting away at Shine, and he walks away with, what, like less than a tenth of his health.
Yeah.
That was the entire goal difference just demonstrated right there, and if you can't win that fight, then it starts to feel really dire, because you don't really have a lot of frontline. Yes, you can maybe look for a pick here and there, but you just don't have the damage.
Yeah, I mean, the Alistar before his ultimate, when he's getting hit by 3 Jhin shots, was losing a tenth of HP. As now we see another engage. So the Paranoid this time going to find a little bit more value. Wing to a minion is the Maokai, but he's not going to be successful in his escape. Kayn and Maokai both going down. Both frontliners just taken out in an instant.
Looking to retake was UQ LoL, but surprise, Ground Zero are still there. So you don't get away with that.
He's parried that! He's just parried that! I mean, it doesn't matter at all, right? They're going to win the game anyway, but what is the reaction time? It's off vision. Huh?
Absolutely ridiculous. As soon as he sees the line, he's just pressing W.
The awareness it takes. And best of all, you can't even dodge it, like by sidestepping it. It's that fast. As he's now 1v2 versus Revenite and FTR, and he's just looking to make his mark. Don't let this guy have Fiora. It's that simple. I've learned my lesson. I think UQ LoL have definitely learned theirs. He's now 1v3. Does he win this fight? He does have W, so if Maokai W's him, he can just parry it. He parries the wrong way, though. Maokai did a very good job getting behind him there. Has to flash away Willy Wonka. Curtains are called on top of his head, and I think it might be finale for him. Yep, Jhin gonna take the kill, and that's a shutdown on him. Was it 1k? I didn't see. I would hope it was.
Pretty big. Definitely a lot of kills in Willy Wonka's pocket, so he does get a decent injection of gold into the Jhin. I don't know what you can really do from here. Your base is in tatters.
Yeah.
Maybe a pick here onto Shine.
That's what I mean, though. Even if they pick Shine, it literally doesn't matter. Like, Shine will just respawn and then what? Like, you kill them. Cool. Here comes the Paranoia. They're just going to engage. They don't have to play this well, man. The wallets are so heavy that you could probably kill a small animal with them if you drop them, which I'm not recommending, by the way. It is absolute disaster for UQ LoL. There's nothing.
Yeah, it's rough stuff here. You basically just can't afford to take any fight. Even if you are given free hitting time with this Azir, you don't do any damage. I mean, King Boomy does no damage whatsoever.
I mean, yeah. These 3 items too, so it's kind of a bit depressing, man.
That's a no armor not, and he just did nothing.
Yeah, well, TP coming through now. It is Willy Wonka, and I think this might signal the end of the game. Is there going to be an engage here? It is the in-between worlds on 4 to start it off as Darkness goes in, double knock up, Malphite ulting them on Alistar. There is FTR dashing through the backline, dashing and smashing is what I would say, but he's not doing that. 0 damage coming through, and he's in fact just going to get Grand Jaws challenged into parried and death. Willy Wonka going to go down to the stun, and it's actually quite a good fight. About the best you could hope for if you are UQ LoL, but the best you can hope for is just not enough. The Nexus is open, exposed is your weak point. Polemos diving the fountain for a quadra kill. I think it was a pentakill. Not quite, it was a quadra kill, and he's going to end the game. That was it.
That's it. That's it for Ground Zero Academy in this game. They just kind of mauled them from the top side.
Yes.
The Fiora just was really strong. Willy Wonka is pretty good at League of Legends. He is, in fact, him. We keep glazing this guy up, and to be honest, I've been guilty before of glazing up top laners who play aggressively and get solo kills a lot. Willy Wonka, yeah?
I will admit guilty to that crime as well. Yep. Yes, I do.
Willy Wonka's pretty good. Now, Shine also played a damn good game, as did Polemus on that Ezreal, who has, I think, critically has taken away the Ezreal from King Boomy, who's looked really good on it. So we go deeper into the Fearless draft, and Ground Zero, they look like a different beast. And I think it's the way they do things. It's the way that they set up, they take space, and they will just choke you out of the game. The difference is that when UQ are ahead, they will use their advantage to team fight. Whereas Ground Zero Academy, yes, they team fight, but they will also use their advantage to just make it so you can't go anywhere on the map to
suffocate you.
And and that feels so much worse.
It does. It feels so much worse. A really, really interesting game, that one as well. I think going into the next game, it's quite disheartening because the outplay at the start, it's brutal. It's brutal to just get hands diffed that hard. And then the hands diff continued the entire game long. It's really tough to play in a situation like that. So we're going to see if they have the bounce back. They're going to need good mental recovery. Now, UQLOL is the team to do it. So in game 4, after this 10-minute break, we're going to find out whether or not they can recover, or whether or not this is going to be the end of the Grand Finals. We'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back for match points. It is Giant Zero Academy, or Ground Zero Academy, sorry.
They are giants.
Match point of the ground. They are grand. They are very grand. Giant Zero. I'm very sorry. Grand Zero Academy. Ground, rather. On match point, that was not the best opener.
That's all right. We're here.
This game, however, will be the best. That's for sure. I'm looking forward to it. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling nervous for UQ LoL. I'm feeling a little bit nervous for Ground Zero Academy because we're in, game 4 now? So it's match point for Ground Zero. It is currently 2-1 in their favor. So definitely less pressure on the Ground Zero boys. But I'm looking at the Fearless bands right now, and we've gone deep. And what I was just comparing it to while we were in that break was everything that they played in the semifinals. And I think outside of the Xin, which has been perma-banned every single game rather, we've pretty much played every single champion that we saw in the semis from these players. I'm looking at what's left. There's Brand, Yasuo, Varus was banned, Kane, of course. Ryze is still available. That's pretty much it. And Gwen. So we know where the draft priorities lie, and a lot of those have been permabans this series. So I don't know what we can even expect from this draft.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anything like the last couple drafts, we're going to go into the game very sure that one thing's going to happen, and we're either going to be extremely right or get proven wrong within minutes. So the drafts have been wacky so far. That's for sure. They
have been. Now, we should probably talk about that last game. Now, we'll roll some clips from the last game.
Some crazy stuff happened. Some really cool interactions.
With our fun little telestrator. Let's see it. It's up. So this is our first kill. Now, this was Nox with the early gank. Willy Wonka just picks up the first blood. And we're showing the top side because this is where the game really did start to fall apart early. Now, watch the vitals. This is what we were talking about.
That one could have spawned
that one.
That one right there.
Yep.
So, that would have been it.
I'll pause it because we want to talk about it. So the way that the vitals spawn is they spawn either top and right. They alternate between spawning top and right and bottom and left. So there was every chance that could have been the vital that would have been on the right side, which would have hugged the wall. Unfortunately, it wasn't, and that probably is what killed Luku in the early game.
It was. It gave Fiora the healing she needed to live there. Is this the mid-game fight? True Shot Barrage missed. Revenant barely lives.
This is effectively just the first fight that really went incredibly in Ground Zero Academy's favor. And then, of course, this is the interaction we want to talk about. Now, this is what we were talking about. We thought it was an animation cancel by FTR. It was not. I think, does Willy Wonka actually die off the back of this play? We'll roll it out.
He does,
yeah. It looked fancy. It was actually just how the riposte animation works.
Yeah.
Thank you, Toby, for the slow-mo.
Yeah, exactly what's happened there is that Ambessa Ultimate will usually lock Ambessa in her animation of slamming someone into the ground. So after she finishes public execution, she'll grab someone, push them up in the air, and then slam them into the ground. Because Fiora was parrying, that animation couldn't happen because the ground slam couldn't happen because she's parrying. So Ambessa Ult was like, okay, we can't do this. It just instantly primed the dash. So watch the replay again.
Yeah.
He's able to instantly dash. Look at this.
Parry.
No ground slam animation. Instant dash. Dodges the parry because of it. Yeah. And that is the only reason he gets the kill.
The awkward part is, I think, because of the way that FTR sort of, I guess, dismounted would be the word. Yeah. That was the reason that Willy Wonka actually died, because he would have not been rooted in place taking 2 tower shots. Really weird interaction, really fun. We won't see it for the rest of the series, unfortunately, but now we know, I guess, that's how it works. And again, I want to go back to that draft conversation, because draft, I think, has been a big part of the series, especially the first 2 games where we saw UQ LoL bring out a draft which felt just so awkward and unplayable, and then followed it up with a draft that was definitely not their usual style, but just worked so well for what they were trying to achieve in that game, and the macro was in their favor. And now we're just in a state where what's even left? Is there a chance that Revenite gets his hands on the Rise? I just feel like there is not. And there's so much free bans that just feel like they're no-brainers for especially Ground Zero side.
Yeah. Revenite can play a lot of things, that's for sure. So if there's one thing to say about Revenite that is in favor of UQ LoL, it is that Rise and Silas are 2 champions that guy can play really well, and there's 2 games left. And they're not things that we've seen banned so far. So in terms of mid, feeling happy if I'm UQ lol. That's okay. ADC, hyper carry is gone. ADC is kind of a weird one. You can kind of mix and match them. Varus ban obviously is permanent. Ash ban has been something we've seen a lot, but they're still both open. So if they don't want to trade the Varus Ash ban, we might see a Varus Ash game.
All right.
That's where my head's at. We'll see if the bans are different though. That's going to be a big teller. I'll move my mouth away from the bans. I don't want to eat them.
Delicious.
As to whether or not it's going to be different, and Kindred ban is very similar.
Kindred ban remains. Now, I have fears, Twee, that Lucorti is going to go for the Kayn, and I think that that's a mistake.
Ooh,
in
that's
this
scary.
game.
Those are some fears. I have those fears too.
Yeah, Aurelia is going to remain. Now, I think the big question marks, Revenite. Do we go for the Rise or do we go for the Sylas? He has been incredible throughout the series, so I think that if he got his hands on the Sylas and it was a favorable situation where there was something that he was able to steal pretty effectively in his opposite number on the other side, or something like a Jax where he could steal that ultimate, that would be great. But
yeah, I mean,
does he get the opportunity?
Yeah, it's the exact same bans that we're looking at so far. So whether or not they're going to cook something up here, it's a question. We're really running out of stuff. This is the one thing that I think Fearless Draft I don't like about it, is that the bans, at least for the first three, for both teams, is always going to be the same every game because you don't have to adjust them based on what enemy team played. Misfortune first pick, no Rel, no Alistar. What even is that, Renata?
Yeah, because Alistar has been... No, Alistar has not... yes, Alistar was picked alongside the Ezreal. So, yeah, you don't get to see that. So, what does that leave? There's no Nautilus. There's...
No Rakan.
Rakan's been taken. So, your hard crowd control
Rise first
options,
pick. There we go. I like it. It's a blind. That's ballsy.
Yeah, that is ballsy, but it is certainly playable. Now, I will say, for Shine, Yasuo priority probably through the roof here. Because Yasuo into Rise just is unplayable for the Rise. They do get the Ashe, so as far as engage, they're kind of sorted.
Yeah, Nico, the lock-in, that is probably support. Probably.
Yep, that's the one that's the one we forgot, or at least I forgot. Always forget about Nico support. I forgot that too.
That's a we can say we.
Yeah, we can say we. All right. Yeah, because Nico support definitely works great alongside the Misfortune. Bullet time with the Pop Blossom, absolutely massive. And it's looking, with the Rise especially, relatively short range, kind of brawly. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
This is kind of flipping the story on its head. So one of the things that we saw in UQ LoL's game 2 where they won was that they were able to take these global presence champion Talia and use that to win the game through side lane really easily by impacting the map. Now with the Pantheon picked up, now with a Nico who can really be anywhere, it's threatening the exact same thing as it's the pocket picks coming out for UQ LoL, Rise and Kayn.
Oh, I really don't like this Kayn with the way this draft looks. I think the Pantheon just makes so much sense. It gives you engage. Yeah. It gives you something to follow up along with the Pop Blossom. The bullet time combination just works. Syndra feels like an odd ban here, but I guess if you're scraping the bottom of the barrel, you're not really sure what to expect here. I just think Kayn is so susceptible to invades, and when you've got what is probably going to be a priority bot lane with the Misfortune into whatever the Nico is facing, you're so susceptible to being invaded, shut down by this Pantheon, so I don't like it.
I'm trying to think what's even good here if you are UQ LoL looking at top lane, because my team fight just doesn't make sense to me.
No.
I've got Ashe sending a ult, and then my ranged follow-up is melee range, Rise, and Kayn. So Ashe will ult someone, and then that person will live, is what I'm currently seeing. Yeah. Maybe they need some range to engage? Are we looking Camille? Are we looking... Galio's banned?
Camille follow-up is good, but I think if you... Willy Wonka might take the L here and actually play something that is frontline.
Yeah.
Although Camille Jax is just a matchup that you don't want to play, so you've got the counter pick for FTR. Maybe you save it, but there is every chance that Ground Zero Academy can finally just play their trump card, slam that Jax. Jace also has gotten through the bans here, so that is
yes, I didn't notice that.
But
that actually makes a lot of sense. I was going to say that makes a lot of sense if UQ LoL would pick it up right there. Perked up immediately because looking at the composition, it makes sense. Now you have some damage to follow up off the Ashe. Jace can one-shot someone from range. That's good. You Ashe shot someone, Jace goes inside of them, bang, dead.
Not bad, but you're still lacking a bit of reliable crowd control outside of the Ashe. So I'd want to see some follow-up from the support role. Oh, that is ballsy.
Tough matchup.
Yeah, very confident stuff from Willy Wonka. I was expecting, I was surprised we didn't go for the Jax, but maybe they're just taunting us at this point because I think Jax into Jace is
pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, not too
I mean,
bad.
Aatrox into Jace theoretically can go very well post level 9. It's just that the Jace will have an easy time punishing the Aatrox early.
Exactly.
So whether or not FTR is able to do that is a question, as Ari picked up.
Yeah, so Ari locking down. This feels like a draft you would get not in a game 4 of a Fearless series from
there's
Grand
a lot of good
Academy.
chance, right? It's Nico. Sorry, not Nico.
Milio.
Milio. I mean, they're lacking so much single target CC. Like, they've got Ashot and that's it.
Yeah, that's really it. I mean, you can certainly pop the Milio ultimate and fight your way out, but I think what's the misfortune and Nico Ult's land, you are very much dead on UQ LoL. And it's so short range. Even with the Milio buffing up the extra attack range from the Ashe, this feels like a difficult game to navigate. So once again, UQ LoL, we talk about this team loves to blow lanes open and play the game from there, but I don't think that's been what this team has been capable of in this series.
Yeah.
Called upon to do it here.
I've got my thinking face on. I've got my grumpy face on because I think that if we compare this to the Game 1 draft, which was a similar outlook where it's like, hey, this is pretty terrible for UQ LoL coming into it. The lanes were really bad as well in that game. Whereas in this game, it's slightly different. With FTR, I've got production in my ears. FTR in the top lane on Jace versus Aatrox is very winnable. With Ryze is pretty winnable, I think, versus Ari. I think bot is... It's hard, but it's winnable. All 3 of the lanes are winnable. We've got a bit of a replay pause coming through. 41 seconds in. That gives you more time to yap, which is
someone must have disconnected. That's okay. And yeah, I do agree. I think there are angles, at least in lane, but then inevitably you team fight in League of Legends in 2025, and that's where things start to get a bit weird. What's happening top lane? FTR's been chunked.
FTR lost his entire health.
Looks like he walked into probably a Q from Willy Wonka.
Must have been, yeah.
Both can be able to reset, which is completely fine. The team fight is where we start to have big questions. And at Ground Zero Academy, outside of the Aatrox, this just feels like a draft that you would just pick game 1. So they've got so much gas in the tank as far as the champion picks, where it does feel like UQ LoL, like I see what you're saying, that this is very reminiscent of maybe their game 2 draft where we were asking questions about how it would function. And now...
And then just win lane, yeah.
Yeah, and it has to be win lane. Now, here's the thing, right? If UQ LoL... Remember we used to have CLG, and they were Counter Logic Gaming, and then we had Not Rational Gaming. If UQ LoL are a team that defies expectations, what's their abbreviation stand for?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard one. The Q really makes it difficult. This is maybe a dead FTR.
This is just death. I mean, it's a flash already. It's a level 1 trade. I was busy thinking about the Wordle, man. I was thinking, like, what can UQ stand for? At the same time, Willy Wonka is thinking, death! Death on FTR! Death on my enemies! And I think Luke is just going to level 2 gank him because we do that now. We do that when Willy Wonka... He's Q3 flash. He's Q3 flash. Auto attack. He's Q3 flash. Auto attack doesn't invest it. In fact, is just going to die. But look at the amount of time he's wasting. Luke is he's just bleeding in jungle.
All right, really nice. So it is a single camp into a topside gank. Incredible.
That's just what you have to do versus this guy, man.
Yeah, apparently that's the win con. Now, there hasn't been a response yet from Nox, but he will be able to invade on the go from the Raptors to the Blue, so there will be at least that trade, and I don't think there's any chance that you can really split map here as a Kayn. Yes, you can walk through walls, but if you get caught off of a collapse from an Ari and a Pantheon, I think that feels really bad. And so you just don't have bot lane priority. Could we be looking at a dive here in the bot side? Maybe that's
I think it's a bit hard early on. Versus Emilio with the heal.
True.
I was going to say, the one thing, though, is that if you are a UQ LoL believer, as I am, I'm a big UQ LoL believer.
Okay.
I want a game 5. Kayn is a champ that you can get away with level 2 ganking and level 3 ganking, which is what we're seeing here is the W flash forward there. It's actually really good. They're going to catch out Sheen. He has to flash, but the W from Kayn is held. And the flash is followed, and down goes the Ari. Fox in the mid lane dead. And Luke already making plays around the map. He's going to be able to split map into the jungle here. Look, he's walking straight in.
All right, he's looking for it. Now that means you kind of guarantee that priority. You can get Revenite to teleport in, but Shifts in the Night, they're just going to take the wolves. This is crazy.
Because the Scuttle
he gets away with murder here.
They're going to see Nox on the ward here. He can take Gromp as well, because Nox is ganking top. He's now on a ward, right? FTR, yeah, he's dead. All right, he's dead. This guy's dead. It is what it is. Nox is going to come forward, W, and maybe he gets the wave here. That's the best thing FTR can hope for, but it's an absolute banditry in the topside jungle. Nox is going to go back after a hard day's work in top lane trying to kill FTR. Is he going to succeed? I think yes. Spearing the guy, impaled him. Time to go back to farm my camps, and what the hell happened while I was gone? Luke just stole everything. He stole it all.
That is absurd. Nox is going to watch that replay back and just face palm. But you do get the kill on the top side. Now, it's not the greatest of wave states. I think that is just going to crash right now. I'd love to see if that was a cannon wave. Because that will make it is a cannon wave. Cannon wave, fantastic. So
no, yeah. This one is. Next one.
Next one's a cannon wave. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not the greatest for FTR. He does lose a little bit, but he is going to be able to catch the majority of this one. I mean, I don't really know what to make of that last play. Liquority has been very much the shining star, I think, of this team, especially on his Talia performance. So, Fed Kane, maybe you'll take it.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's reminiscent of what we saw last time we picked this champ, which was pretty much exactly this at the start of the game. And for anyone who watched the rest of that game, it was the Liquority show. It was an absolute domination of the map. So, if he can get the form online, I'm not sure if he's going to go blue or red this game. It honestly looks a little bit to me like he might go blue as trades in the top side of the map, which should be really interesting. I'd like to see that. But if he can get it online, man, maybe he's able to take over. Maybe that's a win condition that I didn't anticipate in draft that none of us did. Because the trades in top actually favoring Willy Wonka. I thought this matchup was bad, but Jesus.
Yeah, Willy Wonka's just kind of built different. He's finding the Q angles. He is making his presence felt. Boomy and Kane just pushing his wave in. FTR is so low. The Dragon's
it's sketchy out there because he's already in Q3 flash range, right? So he has to reset FTR.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the teleport either, so that's going to be another wave sent under tower. FTR's really struggling in the series. His team's been making up the difference, and his mid to late games have been pretty spectacular in terms of recovery. He stayed.
I think this is greedy, right? I mean, Worldender, he can just wait for his passive. Look at this. He's just going to Q2, Q3 flash. You're dead. Goodbye. Worldender with the move speed, walk away, and that's just such a greedy overstay.
FTR said you won't. Willy Wonka said, yeah, I will. And just kills him under the tower. It's just so free. Yeah. That top lane, once again, is a disaster. It's a real sore spot for FTR. Liquority's here.
Good. There's no flash on the Aatrox. Doesn't have the Worldender either. Luke is here and has his own flash. So I think it's a matter of time until this guy dies. Will he die quickly or will he die slowly? That's the only question here. Willy Wonka might be able to buy himself some time. If he actually ease a little bit further, he might get out here as Nox is coming. There is a flash on the Kane. So it is a matter of time till Aatrox dies. But if he's slow enough, the Pantheon can get here to punish. It's not going to be in time, though. Nox actually going to get flashed on by FTR. That is very aggressive. I don't think he can get the insect. Using the phase rush, trying to get behind him. He's not successful. He instead ease him to the side, and Nox is going to walk out. Doesn't have to flash at all. Luke has his own flash, though. Actually doesn't have. What? He's dead.
Okay.
I have no words for that. Revenant's trading in mid. Actually, Shin going to go down as what is this? 1 HP in the mid lane. No words for what's happening in top lane, and mid lane doesn't make any sense to me either. This game is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. They're just fighting all the time. Now, the way Liquority was playing that, I thought he had ult, but then I saw he was level 5. So just so much confidence on the Kane. Knows that he can take that sort of trade and get out without any issue, and that does bail FTR a little bit out of this lane. It's still going to be a struggle.
Yeah.
Thought the Nico was going to pull the trigger there.
Yeah, I mean, it surprised me. The electrocute is what got me. Like, I was fully wordless there because Pantheon had flash the whole time. So I'm sitting there thinking the Pantheon's walking into the lane. Okay, he's overextended. They don't get the insect on him. It's okay. Like, he's probably just going to walk it off. He has flash if he needs it. And then Luke, without using his flash, just one-shots it with electrocute.
So much damage. And that is a Yomu, so that's probably the confirmation that it is going to be the blue form Kane. Surely, although he has been spending a lot of time hitting the Aatrox, so maybe that means we're red. No transformation coming through yet. I don't know how long it actually takes to get the form online, if I'm honest. And Kane's not really a champion we see in a lot of competitive games.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rarity.
Yeah. But so far,
currently Grey Kane, though, when he's hitting the dragon. That's good. Another
is that what we call it? Grey Kane?
Yeah, that's what Baus calls it. He has a specialized build where you stay grey.
Okay.
It's really good.
That's very Baus.
Well, it's going to be Grubs for Drake, the trade on the map. And the game it's very precariously balanced because a lot of the gold is on Luke. And the gold is dead even otherwise.
It is a Youmu's though, and it is a Kayn who can move around the map very, very quickly, and FTR is just getting mauled again. We've seen this move before. It is a Kayn that can move around the map very quickly, and Revenite has actually been taking some decent trades. He's going to be...
This is good.
Wait.
The flash over the wall yet again. It's the exact same thing we saw level 1, and it's just going to work a second time. Look at the damage.
Really nicely played. So Revenite with the trap, with the flash, gets the kill. Now, the point I was going to make is that this is a rise in the mid lane, so any play that that Licority tries to make can be backed up by a Realm Warp. Arrow. Give him a haircut.
And that would have been death. That would have been death. Speaking of death, I think this is a dive, right? Look at the Pantheon.
Yeah, Pantheon is here. Does have the ultimate.
Here comes the Comet Spear, just charging in the backline there. Straight away, Willy Wonka going to take the kill. I do believe FTR plays it quite well, but it doesn't really matter. That's the problem. If you take bad trades, Pantheon just comes and dies you with his ult.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that does mean that it's plates going to the Aatrox. It is more jungle camps being fed to Nox. Kayn has managed to keep himself up in farm, but it feels like every single time Nox is looking for a play, he's finding that a little bit more, even if the Kayn is individually strong. This
is not legal. This is not legal. This is just death instantly. He's going to get W straight away. Well into proc already. Pantheon W. Here comes the PCA proc. It's a lot of damage coming through. There's a Q3, and it's just going to kill him.
FTR? What?
I'm lost. I'm lost.
It's lost in top lane.
Yeah.
Why would you... Maybe the call was to teleport in, but...
Well, Luke gets to clean up at least. There's no flash on the Aatrox. Luke still has flash. It's the exact same story we saw last time, except this time he's going to use the ultimate. Umbrally trespassing inside of Aatrox. Still going to almost die. What the hell did Willy Wonka just do to that guy? Doesn't matter. Okay, Luke wasn't even scared for a second. I definitely wasn't scared for a second, and he's going to claim the kill. 6-0 on the Kayn, 0-4 on the Jace. The dichotomy of man. Revenite mid. I think Darkness has to one knee. He's going to be successful. Here comes Nox as well. I think Revenite's just dead, right? No Realm Warp to safety. And yeah, down he goes. On the bot side of the map, there is an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Polemos does not have cleanse. So if he is able to land the arrow, he's exactly able to do that. Maybe they're going to get the kill? I don't think so. Like, trying to dive with Ashmilio, man. What a joke. Unfortunate for them.
Get the barrier, no flash, unfortunately. So King Boomy just commits the ultimate. It's not a lot ventured, but not a lot gained either down towards that bot side. But Revenite, no opportunity to use that Realm Warp. Knew that the Pantheon W was coming through. Licority.
This guy is just a monster. He's monstering around the map. It's a good flash from Sheen, though. He's going to be able to stay alive. There's no Umbral Trespass. Nox is just taking his entire health bar in seconds. Look at Luke. The Q damage just one-shots the guy. It's a Sundered Sky Pantheon who's 3-1, and Luke is making him look like a kitten that you would adopt at like 2 weeks.
It's ridiculous stuff. This Kayn...
Another trade on bot. This guy's dead, man. King Boomy's just dead. It's a 2v1, and King Boomy overplayed his hand. Down he goes. What is going on this map?
Sunrise Tower. It really is, yeah, the dichotomy of UQ LoL. You've got, on one hand, Licority, who is absolutely massive, 6-0-1, has not died in this game. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is on struggle street. So,
yeah,
their top lane tower, tier 1's already gone.
Dead. Yeah.
So, this feels like it happens every single time Licority picks this Kayn. I think this is actually the win con at this point. That they just get ridiculously far behind, and then Kayn carries somehow. Question.
Is he alive here? He does have the Umbral Trespass. He's still not blue form, though. So he's going to have the W. Pantheon's on the way. They're going to have to run up to safety. They're not going to be successful. Willy Wonka's just flashed on the guy's head, and that's a kill claimed.
Flash.
I was going to say that this feels like we're watching one of Lucority's solo queue nightmares, man. It's brutal for him.
Yeah, you just can't do anything. And Flash order with the Eclipse, and that's
it's
just...
another fight, right?
Everyone's dead.
Ult's good. We've had a bit of corruption on the screen. Revenite's going to get pulled back on the top side. Barely not. Blast going out to safety. He's FTR, and I guess nothing going to happen there, but it looked like something was.
It feels so rough for UQ LoL. The top side just collapsed. Willy Wonka did Willy Wonka things, and we're seeing every attempt at a play falter, and it feels like they're just, once again, putting their focus in the wrong place. It feels like once FTR starts losing, they are unwilling to let him continue losing.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe it's... I just don't think it's going to pay off, man. Like, I was trying to play devil's advocate for myself there, and then I just looked at the level difference in top, and I realized that it's just stupid. Even the devil couldn't advocate against what's going on in this game. Willy Wonka is destroying.
Yeah, he is absolutely massive, and the Eclipse means that he just pops people. We've seen it a few times at this point. I feel like you just have to look elsewhere, but so far UQ LoL have not really been willing to do it. Now, Revenite does have the Rod of Ages online, so he's pumping out some damage. He's going to be a dragon take. It looks like just off of resets and tempo.
Oop.
Wait.
Oh my gosh, he spewed into the room. He's okay.
Okay, he's
all
fine. He's fine. Although you do have the Pantheon down towards spot side. He does have the ultimate ready to go. I mean, we don't really have to talk about this top lane. That's a 2-level lead.
He's dead, right? I think this is just death. Oh, he's going to walk out with a phase rush. It's good. Actually, Luke's on the way. So if Willy Wonka overplays his hand, he could die here. I wonder if he wins this fight, though. Because Willy Wonka is like a complete raid boss. He has the Q3. He's going to miss the Q3 on FTR, but he gets the kill himself. Aatrox passive not going to come back in time, so Luke kills him. It's a 1-for-1. I was going to ask the question just before that play happened. Is Luke able to carry in this situation? Like, he's 100% kill participation, 7-1. Do you believe in it?
I really don't know if I do, because it's a Kayn. He's a blue Kayn as well, so yes, he pumps out a lot of damage, but outside of Ash Arrow landing and he kills a single target, he's not a hyper carry. He's not going to be able to take over the game by himself, so it has to be a really disorganized game from Ground Zero Academy for it to even matter, and it just doesn't feel like it's going to be that sort of game. It feels like you need to start in reinvesting those resources. Get Revenite strong, get the Ash some kills, and right now it's just Licority just by himself.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's so hard to carry. Is the Ash ult yet again going to graze the ear of a GZ Academy player?
Brownie's Comet spotted in OCE competitive.
A little bit of a trade happening here in mid as the Pantheon ultimate. Not sure exactly what's going. Actually, it's just going on King Boomy's head as Willy Wonka queuing forwards there. Millie ultimate is very good, but it's not going to pull King Boomy out of the chains. He's now blasting the world ender, but he's healing to full! What is Sundered Sky with Aatrox? This guy has just lost 2 entire health bars of HP, and he's fighting more! He's full HP in the backline, he's one-tap King Boomy! Willy Wonka, what are you? You are a nightmare! You are an absolute death-dealing monster on this Aatrox. It is a full world ending, an annihilation in the top side of the map, as Sheen doesn't have any Spirit Rushes, so he's going to go down, but he takes the Rise with him. Luke is the one to pick up the kill. Never mind, sorry, it's the Rise to pick up the kill. Nico has just pissed herself and ulted at the same time, which I can relate to. I do that sometimes when I play support. And
sometimes
yeah,
you just gotta put it on cooldown so you look like you did something in the fight, you know? Hey guys, I missed the top blossom, sorry. you might not have seen it, like it was mid-fight, there's a lot happening.
Yeah, it was before the fight, I tried to get an engage off.
Yeah, just, they all flashed. That's why they don't have flash. No flash mid, by the way. Yeah, this is an annihilation, and it all is just coming off the back of Willy Wonka. I think that top side, they over-indexed once again, and it's going to be more and more of this map taken away. And this is what we've seen from Ground Zero Academy time and time again. Why they're so good when they get these leads is they set up vision, they set up traps, they choke you out of the game. You can see the forward vision has been set up, just that pink in the red quadrant as they take away the Herald. Licority is going to walk over 3 wards on his way to the Herald and not be able to do anything about it. And it's just, they take away all of your options on Ground Zero.
Yeah. And the 7-1 Kayn, by the way, isn't even up that much gold on this Aatrox. And we just saw how impactful Aatrox is in the fight. Like in that last team fight, Willy Wonka, by himself, healed like 3 full HP bars worth of HP, running around one-shotting people. And Luke is not able to match that impact, even with his gold. He doesn't have a gold lead on Willy Wonka, and with the gold, he's not doing the same amount of work. It's so hard for UQ Law to win this game.
You almost would have wanted him to go for the red Kayn, so it would have had some crowd control, maybe some teamfight impact, but
yeah, I agree.
It's not the world we're living in, and yes, he's 7-1 and 2, but like you said, he's just not having that impact, and we really are waiting for the rest of the members to find some gold, find some impact, and I don't know where it comes from. Revenite is 4 stacks on the Rod of Ages, it's a Yuntal on the Ashe, your bot lane tower is getting heralded.
FTL doesn't have his first item, man.
It's
coming through. This might be a kill. Luke is going to go through the wall here. It's Sheen on the receiving end of it. Has a Spirit Rush. Kayn could go inside of him. He's going to do exactly that. The damage is not there, though. Like, I'm actually surprised at how little damage Luke is doing. Jace is going to get the kill. That is nice. Maybe he's going to have the funds for his first items. Pantheon seems to have been a little bit overzealous on the bot side, potentially charged when he shouldn't have. Willy Wonka now proxying top wave, as you do.
As one does when you are this ridiculously far ahead. So that's a couple of kills back towards UQ LoL. It's actually even in kills. It's just, it happens to be about a 5k gold lead. This is not the first time we have seen UQ LoL get behind with a ridiculously scaling comp. The question is whether this one scales, and I don't think it actually does.
No, I agree.
Ashe doesn't really scale. It's just Rise.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really struggling. Like, my gears are spinning, trying to think of ways to spin this positively. But look at this man. He's a freak. He's absolutely terrifying on the Aatrox. He's just going where he pleases.
He is not your enemy. He is the enemy.
The enemy,
this game.
that's for sure.
And Willy Wonka has been very much that for basically this entire series. Now there's a full collapse coming on. 1v3, he likes to...
Maybe he dies here. Does he E over the wall? He has the World Ender as well if he chooses to use it. FTR forced to run away, and they don't even have the lethality. He's just E'd back over, man. Straight back into the place where he first was trapped.
He wants to take the fight. Why wouldn't he?
Scrap Lord here. Maybe Sheen. Oh, that's actually
Sheen.
a lot of damage there. They can almost one-shot him. Not quite, though.
Yeah. So, until something starts happening, we're in the awkward position of this is a game 4. This is a match point. But it really doesn't feel like it's actually much of a game for UQ LOL. They may be catching Willy Wonka here.
This would be big. I just don't see them killing him in any world.
He just autos someone once. There was a previous fight where he went from about a quarter health to full health in a matter of seconds.
They're going to try it, man. He has the World Ender. He has Flash as well. Can he outplay this Willy Wonka? Look at the healing on that. Second Sun and Skyproc if he hits the Jace. He flashes for the auto attack. He's going to land the Q2. Misses the Q3, though. That's crucial, but Sheen's hit a hover. He does not have ultimates. They can't pull this chase down off. This time, the Ashe are going to connect, and they're able to turn on it. Jace bash in the skull of Sheen, but the damage is actually just not impressive. Willy Wonka, touch of death on Luke, and as the god himself, just one-shotting the enemy backline. He's going back in. Look at the healing on the Aatrox. He's not killable. He's not killable. Willy Wonka is unkillable. It is ridiculous how much value this man is able to output with just one champion in this game. He feels like 5 men all by himself. It is insane.
Willy Wonka is the top laner of Ground Zero, and Ground Zero is exactly how he leads UQ LOL. Every single member dives like an absolute madman to try and kill this Aatrox. And he's just dropping nukes on them from afar. Has the support of the team this time. The fight, it actually looks like Willy Wonka might die for maybe a couple of seconds here. But every single time he hits someone, he is gaining just ridiculous amounts of health. Sheen, I think, goes in here, gets the arrow, and he does pay for his top laner's sins. Unfortunately, we're going to have to cut back.
Something's going on here. Willy Wonka.
No way.
Easy dead this time. Bets on. He has World Ender. Is he going to die? Touch of Death is not quite enough because the Executioner's culling is going to stop the healing, and that's good.
That's good.
Does it matter?
That's a shutdown. Doesn't matter. As they're collapsing on the bot side, it is Nox looking for Sheen, looking for Revenite.
This guy's dead, right? Revenite, good flash on the charm, but it doesn't matter. The Spirit Rush going to follow up. Pantheon has so much move speed as well with his own E. Doesn't even need to use it because he kills him with a shield slam.
Silky smooth by Sheen there with the Q forward into the ult. Redirects it, gets the extra damage down, and Nox with the set up the gank. Super easy stuff by Ground Zero Academy. FTR trying to do some damage on the side lanes, and he might get something done here, get himself a bounty, but again, we keep asking the question, Tweet, does it matter? Does anything matter that UQ LOL do? How much do they have to do before we start to think it matters? No way.
Is he going to play this? I mean, look his items.
He
just completed the Sterax. It is the hand of death on the Aatrox here, and he's going to use it to grasp FDR by the throat and let him leave, much like Darth Vader in that. Actually, does Darth Vader let him live? I'm pretty sure Darth Vader kills the guy. I take it back. Bad analogy. Darkness instead going to pick up the kill, and FTR just a punching bag this game.
Darkness is also him on the Nico.
That's
Has
true.
had a quiet game for himself, but a couple of really good pop blossoms. Liquority has to run away from the Nico because who knows what happens next when the Nico catches you. He does have the Edge of Night on Liquority, so can immune at least one of those Tangle Barbs. What's the Nico E called? Yeah, that one. Yeah.
I believe that's it. That's the technical name.
Tangle Barbs.
Tangle Barbs. You were correct.
Thank you,
You were correct.
All right, there we go. Always back yourself. Arrow going to go wide.
There's 5 men here this time on the red side team trying to catch this guy out. And FTR's corpse is there as well. Is King Boomy going to get bullet timed in the face? Is he going to die? No. Collector not there. Willy Wonka's gone in. The World Ender found no value though. He doesn't have his ultimate, but he's still fighting 1v3s. The Pantheon comes in the backline. This time Willy Wonka not finding the value. The Pop Blossom used for aesthetics as the Kane gonna die immediately. Polomus the one to pick up the kills. The Pantheon flashes in on the right side under the turret, takes out Revenite.
He's going back in
once more. He's not had enough. Down you go, FTR. Willy Wonka will have his way with your whole team, and then he will take your Nexus, is what it looks like this game anyways. He's still stuck in there. He wants to keep fighting. He lands the Q2. His teammates are just watching this guy 1v4. That's all this game is. This Aatrox is just destroying them. He's making them look like robots on the Rift.
This is a statement by Willy Wonka. He wants the entirety of OCE to know that he is him.
Oh my god, it's the game, man. It's just Emilio. It's just a messy left to watch as Willy Wonka is going to cleave the Nexus Towers in two, decapitate his entire team, and just win the entire series. For GZ Academy, it's 1v3. Even if they win this fight, doesn't matter. Wait, hold on a second. Just end the game. End the game. Whoever does that ends the game, ends the tournament. And GZ Academy have crushed UQ LOL like bugs in this best of 5, establishing themselves by far as the best in this competition. That is the Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. GZ Academy, from the start to the finish, crushed this tournament. It's not even close.
It was not even close. There were a couple of good games there for the side of UQ LOL, but just too much to bring to bear. Every single member firing on all cylinders, and we have glazed up Willy Wonka enough, but I think we need to do it some more because that Aatrox performance was absolutely absurd, and I think UQ LOL knew it. There was a global taunt going, and that, I think, cost them the game more times than it didn't.
Yeah, I'm in shock. I'm motivated to go play solo queue.
Yeah.
Because of that performance.
I
the
think
top lane performance just then is unreal. That is unreal.
I think I'm going to go play solo queue. I'm going to play Mundo, Renekton, Fiora, and Aatrox. I think that's what I'm taking away from this game.
I think so too, right? Just play those champs and I'm sure you'll win the game. That's it.
Looks pretty free, right? I think those champions are actually busted. It could also be that Willy Wonka is pretty damn good at League of Legends, but we have to also shout out, I think, Darkness was quietly very good throughout the whole series. Like he is, I think, the unsung hero of Ground Zero often, setting up the engages, just being such a serviceable member of, like, just in their playmaking. Shine was incredible at making, I think in team fights in particular, and Polymos had some incredible pop-off moments. Yeah, that definitely. Ezreal game was absolutely unchained. So this team looks far and away the best team in this entire tournament. There is a reason why they won it. But of course, shout outs to UQ LOL, who fought their way here from a 0-2.
And honestly, the one game they did win was a beautiful game. It was a beautiful game. It was a great game from them. Great fight back. A lot of the games, they had a chance. And as much as, you're right. As much as we did talk a lot about Willy Wonka in the last game, because it's the easiest thing to talk about when he's doing what he just did. You don't get that type of performance unless there is a solid foundation to your team.
Exactly.
So Nox existing and playing the way that Nox played, the fact that mid laner was able to contest Revenite, every other mid laner we've seen in this tournament versus Revenite has been slaughtered. Absolutely just piles of bodies. Revenite has mountains of corpses that he's standing on. And Sheen was able to contest that, right? So as much as Willy Wonka was, he's the star, that team is ridiculously good.
I think the whole team. Yeah.
It's the whole team.
The whole team are stars. And Nox as well. I mean, we don't know what their shot calling looks like, but Nox has showcased, at least in this series, the ability to play what feel like his comfort, sort of these farming heavy carry junglers. And then in this game, busted out the Pantheon, looked incredible.
Looked great.
So the growth, I think, from this player from, let's be real, not a great performance in the LCO to showing this sort of level. Yes, against, I mean, the LCO is a higher level of competition, but I think we've seen individual growth from this player. Willy Wonka looks like a bright shining star of the future, as does Shine. Polymos, Darkness, all look great. So if this is the level we're bringing, like, I am so excited to see this team push on to do more and more things. And Ground Zero, they've got a squad that they can be proud of.
I think so as well, man. And the drafts as well, the meta reads, everything, the coaching that goes into this, the scrims they must have done, man. It's such an impressive victory because it's not just like they showed up today. They showed up the entire tournament. This is not a team that had a bad moment. They just gamed, and they gamed at a super high level, man. It's ridiculous. So I'm very impressed. We can talk about UQ LOL as well. The run they had, what an outstanding run, right? What an outstanding. It's got to be bittersweet to lose like this. It's a tough loss, right? You get that series, got to be hard to feel. But absolute champions to get that far, to play that well in the second game, particularly to work their way into the Grand Finals from 0-2 in the Swiss stage to making it look competitive. Man, what what an insane performance from them. Revenite, FTR, Luke as well.
Yeah.
And the bot lane. King Boomy, man, so good.
Yeah, Boomy and Kane, Necker, both incredible. But I think the big story of this team was the glow up we saw from FTR. From someone who I've been casting for many years, I think this is one of the best performances. This is the best performance I've seen from that player in this tournament. I think that it really did feel like the whole team maybe got a little nervous when it came to facing Ground Zero. And I think that if maybe next time we see these players play against each other, they bring up the confidence, then we see FTR match Willy Wonka a little bit more, because I think he's capable of doing it. But that top side of the map, just really impressive stuff. Absolutely smashed some series. I think about the Gwen game where he just took over, the Jax game as well, which was in the semifinals. Really good performance from the team, and hopefully we see more of them, because we know we will. We know OLI is on the horizon coming in August, and I think this team has the goods to win that tournament and potentially go further.
Yeah, I think for me as well, like if particularly to talk about FTR, because you verse Willy Wonka, he's going to make anyone look like it's a hard series, and it did look like a hard series for FTR. But let's talk about him some more. If there was a second best top laner, and that objective is in the entire tournament, it was him by miles. This guy was just turning people into mincemeat every time he's playing against them. Like, obviously, Willy Wonka's a ridiculously good player. He's level 2 diving people and Poppy playing Ornn. Like, it's ridiculous, okay? It's absolutely insane what he's capable of doing. FTR, if we see that matchup again in a year's time, in less than that, in 6 months' time, we could be talking about one of the greatest OCE top lane matchups I've ever seen. That could be absolute royalty up there. Both of them.
Yeah, really, really hope we continue to see that growth, because FTR has shown a lot throughout this tournament, as has the rest of the team. So I want them to keep it up. From a team that has historically had so many struggles, with FTR being very much the centerpiece of the team. Never got his hands on his Aurelia. Probably was a bit too scared to let it through the draft, but it would have been nice to have seen it. But looked very good throughout the tournament. Unfortunately, today was not the day, and I think I agree. I want to see what it looks like in maybe a few months' time.
We're going to have a player interview in a couple minutes' time from now. I'm not sure which one we're going to get. It's going to be from the winning team.
It's Nox.
So it should be quite a cheery thing. It's Nox. Oh, good. All right.
Yeah.
I'm excited to talk to him. That'll be fun. But until then, we got to talk some more. We got to feel some more.
Yeah.
Best part of this whole series. What do you reckon?
I mean,
tough question. Sorry.
No. It's been a long
right now.
night. I think my big highlight was the game 2, because that was a rough start into a big comeback and some really, really good team fight. I think King Boomy, especially on the Jinx, was a big highlight, and the way they sort of enabled their front to back comp to work, flexing the Talia into the jungle, and Lacority playing that more sort of damage role and actually looking pretty damn good doing it. And of course, Revenite on the Yone was incredible. But then, of course, that was the only real sort of shining spot. They got that one win, and then it was the 3 games of absolute domination and control. And the big story, I think, was how Ground Zero play out leads. They are untouchable once they're ahead.
The thing that's crazy to me, we watch Willy Wonka like it's been a while since we've glazed him. I think we need to hop back on.
We're going to hop back on the Willy Wonka train?
The glaze train there. On the Willy Wonka, I don't know, the ride to the chocolate factory or whatever. The thing that impresses me is that this guy, right, he wasn't without faults. A lot of times he's getting caught in the games. This guy was the highest gold every single game that they were winning, with like 5 or 6 deaths. He was a gold generating income cash out machine.
Yep.
So even the fact he's dying on bad tempo, if he gets killed on a freeze, whatever, this guy was able to just make gold appear. And then the way he used it, obviously in the team fights on the Aatrox, it's ridiculous. I don't understand how he does it. I'd like to study it. It's a gift. This gold apparition. Yeah.
When you have Nox in your back pocket, I think it gets pretty easy to just generate leads and recover from bad plays.
It's true.
It is difficult, right? Because we want to give everyone on the team their flowers, but the camera was on Willy Wonka for a lot of the game. And there's a reason for that, because he's really, really good. And
it's hard to look away.
It's hard to look away. And there's also, we've had this situation in the past, especially in amateur tournaments, where we've had single players who feel like they just take over games. And sometimes the community sentiment is like, why are these guys constantly talking about like this player? The reason is, well, you can see it on your screen. Everyone else on the team is very, very good. Willy Wonka was untouchable. at least in this series. So I am very excited to see what the rest of this player's career looks like. I'm struggling to remember how he performed in the QUT finals. Did he win?
I've heard very good things. So last week when I was talking to Rabid, before he even played, last week when I was talking to Rabid, he was like, Matt, you need to watch this guy. And I was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And I watched him and I was like, okay, yeah, I'll probably watch this guy. Like this guy there's a certain thing you see when you see a player that you haven't seen before. I get it with Diablo in the LCK. If you guys have been watching
Diablo's
the LCK,
insane.
My God. Right? It's a similar type of feeling where you just watch this guy and it's like, you know this person is going to have a ridiculous League of Legends career and you're watching it blossom in front of you. It's such a good feeling. That's the type of vibe that I got just then. As we had a production member join the Discord call. I'm not sure what's going on yet. We are going to have an interview with Nox sooner rather than later. Still got a bit more time to talk though, because we are setting up the technical side of things. Going to have the camera and the audio and everything.
Lovely.
So there's no next game to talk about. There's no draft to talk about.
This is it.
We can only recap.
We made it to the end.
We have made it to the end.
We can look to the future, because I think the big thing about this for Ground Zero, I kind of touched on it halfway through the series, is that the prize for this is coaching from Schoenfire. So Schoenfire has played on Ground Zero. So he has been coached in part by the same staff who are already coaching Ground Zero. I think Styled is working with the team. We could probably ask about that. I'm pretty sure it's Styled. And so they're already getting a hearty round of coaching. Now they're going to get it from Schoenfire. And we know that while Ground Zero are playing in the PCS, they have a squad over there, there is going to be the promotion relegation from the LCP happening later this year. And I really, really hope that we just see this entire squad stay together, because this is a team that can do damage. And there's going to be a lot of ex-pros in there. We're going to see sort of the level of these players when they face against some of the more experienced competitive players. But this is definitely a team who look very, very good. And maybe they take away just some experience from that and get even stronger for the next round. But the fact that they exist gives me real hope for the OCC scene. And hopefully we get some goddamn tournaments to play in. Besides
I know, right? That's what we need. We need more grassroots stuff like this. That really makes
put them on a stage, man.
That's what I want to see, man. I love that. I would love that.
Stage. I want an arena.
Give me OCE arena, man. I would. Yeah. Oh man, I would kill for that. That'd be great. But yeah, man. Yeah, we can talk a little bit more. I'm struggling. I'm trying to think of content points here. We're running out. We're running out.
I'd love to get an update from production on where we're at. But I'm actually just checking. I'm checking the chat, because that's the level we're at.
That's a good idea.
Until we get Nox in.
Let me do that. Let's check the chat. Twitch chat. Here we go.
There's not a lot happening, unfortunately. They're I need some entertainment, guys.
They fell asleep.
We need something.
That's fair. That's fair. We could. I don't know if production are capable of doing this. This might be a bit too much to ask.
Can we play highlights?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can
talk about that.
What do we got?
I'll be down for that.
Get some highlights. I mean, the highlights would probably be end up glazing Wonka again. Nox is going to be our interview, and can we talk about Nox? What do we want to ask him?
I want to know about that. I want to know about how they practice, man. I'm so interested.
That's the big question I have. Top 5 moments of the tournament, says Findo. Best in each role. That's a okay. So
best in each role is a good one, actually.
Yeah, easy. All right. I need the list of teams.
Mid's hard, man. Mid's really hard. A lot of good mid laners.
Okay.
Oh no! Production has just told us the worst news in history. Absolute terrifying, terrible news.
All right. Unfortunately, no interview.
Yes, the tech is not working. It's very unfortunate. But
unfortunate.
So apparently the player cannot get their microphone to work. That's fair. Right. That's fair. I understand that. I have troubles with my tech as well.
I'm going to turn it around. Actually, I want Twitch chat. Everyone who's watching, your notable players. I want to know who you guys think were the best players in each role.
Yeah, I'm interested. Actually,
I think like top lane we go Wonka. Like that's easy. Trying to think of like who else we saw.
I think it's Luke in jungle. Luke in jungle.
I reckon. You think? Yeah.
In terms of how instrumental he was for their run,
definitely like MVP. For sure, yeah. Luke was definitely the MVP of his team. So
Vestian.
I think I can't.
Vestian reckons it's him.
Vestian.
You're up there.
Cassante was definitely, that was pretty good. Yep. Yeah. Scott's banging the money, said they're he is their entire engine, and that definitely is true. For AD carry, is it just Polemos?
Yeah, I think so. In terms of consistent performance.
Kajamo. Yeah, production's telling us to wrap it up. So
yeah, but production's had enough of yapping. That's fair enough. I'm ready to close it out. Man, what an amazing tournament. I had an insane time. I had a great time. I've been Tweet. This is Weapon. Weapon, how you feeling, man? Any last thoughts?
I'm feeling good. I'm sad this thing is over, if I'm honest. Let's give us some more tournaments up in this thing. We need more OCE tournaments. There is, of course, going to be the Comeback Kings tournament, which will be coming up very soon. That'll be fun. I think it's this weekend and next weekend. So please, there will be definitely links in the Discord. I think there already is. I believe Madam Spoggy has already gotten on that. So please jump in that Discord, follow that Twitch stream, and support OCE, because we need the koalas to go upwards.
We do. Not downwards. Drop bears, not good. We don't like those.
No, they're terrible, actually.
They're very bad. And they're real as well. If you're an American person, they are real. Well, I'm sorry. That's been me. That's been it. What an amazing Grand Finals. Congratulations once again to Ground Zero Academy. Insanely well played. All 5 of them. Not to take away from any of them. Congratulations as well to our runners-up. UQ LOL. It was a tough run. Well done to them. And I hope you guys had a lot of fun watching. As much fun as I did making this. We've had an amazing production team. I'd like to shout them out quickly. What an insane job they've done. This is not a paid gig for them, so it's so impressive the amount of work they've put into this. I'm absolutely floored, absolutely flabbergasted by how much work they've done. So pour out love for them. Hopefully I'll see you again. I'm not sure when. I'd love to do this. I had a great time doing this. An amazing, amazing opportunity. So thank you very much for sharing this with me. I've been Tweet. This is Weapon, and that's us.
Peace.
Straight into the waiting arms of Rel, who stuns him up, and King Boomy just pumps arrows into his face. Ari goes down. Boomy trying to glide, trying to play the fight, but he can't. It's a triple kill, but quadra kill. Forfeit is a nod as the 4th member of FTR goes down. FTR has the Grandmaster's Might, has a Counter-Strike. There's no flash. You don't have E. You've overplayed your hand, and you're going to get punished for it. Down you go.
Toy is just being thrown around like a ragdoll.
It could be absolute disaster, and he does exactly that. It's even more to process. Flash bait seal. Leather Knight goes down. New end of flash there. Gonna escape away as the Q flash forward now from Gatling Prodigy. Gonna take him out. Minions there to witness. Here's a killer instant though as I take everything back. Their way into mid-side here. Obviously all the ultimates apart from the Fate Seal back up and available. And there's a beautiful Glacial Prison taking out Valare. 1 and 3 back to the Shopkeeper. It's coming very familiar with what it looks like walking out of base here. It's going to be taken away by Gambling Prodigy yet again, showing us they have secure hands. And here comes a flash Pop Blossom onto 4. The flash over the wall from Gambling Prodigy. Going to keep him alive as 3 more members going to fall. And the pit is a massacre for the blue team. Every single member just going to be sent home in a body bag. This is going to be another fight. This is going to be a cleanse flash there. Aqua, yet again, actually a good play for 5 Mighty Bulldogs.
Back in, I don't know where you're thinking of going, but Braddles is low. Wake up, one more auto will do it. Chikawa looks like a fresh meal. Why are they not giving this to the Ash? Rest of the team's not looking Braddles. This is actually a monster mesh because you are burning them alive. And it's absolutely disgusting to see. The shutdown looks good for Stardust, but it doesn't matter when Braddles is an absolute fiend. It's a double Suede ulti battle off if ever I've seen it.
He's made his way to mid, but the Grandmaster has followed him down and he's going to punish him. I'm not sure a call. I don't think there was any thought process that went into that. As hold on a second, there might be another pick here. Revenant forced flash over the wall. Flag and drag actually going to go all over Luke's face there. Not over yet. Cled's now being dismounted. Dodge the Aatrox Q2. Flashes the Q3. Igniting the face. Revenant has to space that. Oh, I have no words for that. Boomy is a charge coming through. Noxian in general. Look at the damage. Pops before the Lambs Spike can even finish. Oh, what is going on?
No.
One. He's going to get killed by the crop. Has to run away. Has to be the safety. Shoot flash. Luke's going to take the kill.
He's gone.
Damn, man.